Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mary Che. I'm the chair of the Committee on Environment and Transportation, and today is Monday, February 25th, 2013. The time is now 12:42 or 50. It's like close to 1. I'll put it that way. We're in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building at 1350 Pennsylvania Avenue. The Committee on Transportation and the Environment has oversight responsibility for a cluster of agencies that provide transportation services, public infrastructure, construction and support, motor vehicle services. It includes the Department of Public Works, and there's protection of the environment through DDOE. Today, the committee meets to conduct its second performance oversight hearing for the agencies under its jurisdiction, and the agencies on today's agenda are the District Department of the Environment and the District of Columbia Taxi Cab Commission. Up first will be the District Department of the Environment, and DDOE's mission is to improve the quality of life in the District of Columbia by protecting and restoring the environment. The department works to conserve natural resources, protect district residents from environmental hazards, and provide energy policy and services. DDOE's role, of course, is a vital one. No government agency is in a better position than DDOE to protect our environment and enhance the residents' quality of life. The department plays a key role in enforcing environmental regulations to ensure that the environment is preserved or improved. It also works closely with the Sustainable Energy Utility to implement clean and affordable energy practices in the district. For the past 2 years, we have discussed in this committee how to improve the agency's enforcement efforts, because after all, without enforcement of all the things that we do, we can have laws, but we can't ensure that residents live in a clean and healthy city. And so as part of that continuing discussion, I directed the agency to prepare a comprehensive enforcement strategy by the beginning of 2012. That plan was laid out before last year's oversight hearing, and one of the things we're going to discuss today is where things stand currently. We also hear differing accounts about the speed of rulemakings. Environmental groups often report that the development of regulations moves too slowly. Another thing we will be discussing, of course, will be the status of several rulemakings through the agency. Mr. Keith Anderson was appointed the agency's interim director at the end of August 2012, and the mayor named him acting director in January 2013. Previously, Mr. Anderson served as chief of staff to the agency's previous director, Christopher Toulouse. And another subject that we will attend to is how, if at all, the agency has changed under Mr. Anderson's leadership. Before we go forward to call any witnesses, I have one other council member who's present, David Grasso, at large, and I would invite him if he wants to make an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Che. I'm extremely excited to be here today. This is two issues that are near and dear to my heart. I think the DDOE's responsibility in the protecting our environment and making our city world-class in terms of greening and use of all of the outdoor spaces is really important. So I'm excited to be here for this hearing. I'm also keenly interested in the taxi cab industry in the District of Columbia. It's been on the front pages for a very long time. I think we're moving towards a space where we can get away from that, and I look forward to being a partner in the committee to work on that. That's all I have for now. I'm looking forward to the testimony and asking questions.
Thank you very much. We have, as I see it, only one public witness listed, Mr. Larry Jennings. Mr. Jennings, are you in the... Could you come forward, please, sir? Yes, take a seat. And as you're the only listed witness, you can pick any seat you like. However, let me also ask whether there are any other members of the public who may not be on the list but nevertheless want to come forward and testify. Is anybody? Come forward, ma'am. Anybody else? Going once? Now, I usually start on my left. But Mr. Jennings, since you are listed on the witness list, I'm going to go with you first. So if you're prepared to give us a statement, you'll have it lists you. Let me just see if I understand this. CCAMD. What does that stand for?
Coastal Conservation Association of Maryland.
Is your mic on? Is the little green light on?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I guess I need to get closer.
And what is it again?
Coastal Conservation Association of Maryland.
Okay, so we have that on the. I want to have that on the record.
Yep.
And so, since you're here, On behalf of an organization, it's our practice, if you're here on behalf of an organization, you can have 5 minutes. If you're not, you only get 3 minutes, so you'll have
Very
5.
good. I'll be quick. CCA is a national conservation organization to protect our marine species, and the American shad is certainly one of those species, and an iconic species, because back in even colonial times, you would have millions of these fish coming up the Potomac River and all the rivers along the Atlantic coast, and it fed a lot of people in springtime, both the fish and their eggs. Our interest in CCA Maryland is to see this species get even more public attention, because most people are no longer aware of the species and the incredible recreational opportunity fishing for them here. In addition to the fishing for the American shad, it also provides an excellent educational opportunity for the children in the district and the surrounding suburbs. Many of them have been involved in the restoration efforts of American shad, growing the eggs into larvae and small minnows, and then restocked back into the Potomac River. This has been going on for something on the order of 15 years, and the shad numbers have come back. They're great fishing. American shad are much larger than the more common hickory shad that's in many of the other bay tributaries. And as part of CCA, when we're fundraising, we do auctions, and we auction off the only thing really I can do in this area is shad trips. So I take people from around the state generally, where I offer my shad trips, down for a day on the Potomac, and they buy a DC fishing license. Often we're spending money in DC restaurants, but even has hotel business coming from people, fishermen from around the country who occasionally come to DC, and not necessarily just to fish for American shad, but spend an extra day and catch some shad in the right season. So having the official designation on it would only bring more attention. People looking for trips, it would certainly be worthwhile on your tourism thing to list shad there and get additional economic benefits out of them. So we very much support the official designation, and would love to see this fish get a lot more attention.
Well, thank you. Ma'am, if you would identify yourself for the record and spell your name and tell us if you're here on behalf of an organization.
Thank you, Chairman Che. My name is Mary Lou Livinggood. The last name is spelled Livinggood. I thank you for allowing me to say a few brief words, and Councilman Grasso, thank you for your interest as well.
I'm sorry,
yes.
But are you here on behalf of an organization?
Myself.
Okay, so you have 3 minutes.
Yes. I formerly was with Living Classrooms, and we submitted a letter to the mayor in January 2012 requesting support for an introduction of a bill that would designate the American shad. In the last 10 years, the organization had worked with over 200,000 youth and young adults in the metropolitan region. And while we think that the economic development that is afforded with American shad, it is really essential for youth in Washington, D.C. to understand the implications of a species that was once threatened and is now coming back and can be a major resource of conservation, education, as well as fishing. The shad, as Mr. Jennings mentioned, there was a major shad fishery on the Anacostia River dating back to 1861. And if you can go back through history books and see this significant shad fishery right across from the Navy Yard. And it's time to bring back the shad in a way that not only provides recreational boating and fishing opportunities that the Anacostia so so well deserves, but it also affords a real opportunity for youth in D.C. schools, Maryland schools, and Virginia schools to recognize the importance of resource conservation. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for coming forward. I do have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. Is the American shad unique to this area?
No, it's up and down the Atlantic coast, but it's been so overfished, not only in the tributaries when they come in to spawn, but offshore, particularly out beyond the 3-mile limit for the state's jurisdiction, and commonly gets dredged up or in large trawlers out in the ocean as part of general herrings, and very fished out there as well, and we're fighting to get that under control and protect these shads and herrings from decimation on the high seas.
Now, you had said, or maybe it was you, Ms. Livingood, I'm not sure, that they had once been threatened or endangered, but they're now coming back. Are they on any list at the moment? No. Okay.
Lists that are, other than the federal agencies that deal with coastwide fisheries, they're on those lists, and they are watching them, and there is a ban on the commercial harvest once they spool up and come up into the tributaries.
Now, is this fish so designated in Maryland or Virginia or any other jurisdiction where they are?
Not to my knowledge.
It is
Maryland striped bass is official.
It is designated in Connecticut. It is the shad is the fish in Connecticut. And there are, I believe, 48 states that actually have a designated fish. The District of Columbia is one of those that does not.
Does not. Now, well, we're not a state yet, you know, so.
But you need not wait for that.
Right, no, we need not. Let me ask you something. Is there any other fish who cannot speak for itself out there who would lay claim to be the designated fish?
Really, as I look at the district, it really is the primary fish that people will come in and target from surrounding areas. It's a spawning fish, so it's not here all year round. There's other species that can be caught.
No, I didn't mean which could be caught, but I mean something that would be so, you say it's not unique to this area, but something so connected or associated with this area. Some other fish that would have that place of honor as well, or no?
Not that I would see. I mean, my background, I've been aware that George Washington netted, American shad in huge numbers back in colonial times, and other than the same sort of anonymous species that have come on bad times, the American sturgeon, but that's not really documented in the Potomac River anymore. We still believe there may be a few still coming on, but other than that, it would be local fish that don't come in and out and are here in general numbers, but they're catfish and things like that.
And then one last question. We have ladders that have been put in Rock Creek.
Correct.
And is that primarily for the shad?
And herrings.
And herring. Okay.
I don't believe, to my knowledge, that shad have gone up there, but I do know that some of the herrings have started going back up there.
Oh, no, almost as soon as they put it in, the fish, they're so clever, they just started using them right away. Well, I don't have any further questions. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I just want to say that it's great to see you, Ms. Livingood. I know we worked a lot when I was here previously on issues, and Living Classrooms is a great program. I don't know much about the American shad. It sounds like a worthy fish here in this region. As long as you don't make it the snakehead, I'm okay, with the fish designation here being the shad. So thanks for coming down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And at this time, I'd like to call, please, Keith Anderson. He's the Acting Director of the District Department of the Environment. As you know, it's our custom to swear in the government witnesses, so if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony that you're about to give to this committee and to the D.C. Council is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. And I see you have a statement, so welcome, Mr. Anderson, and whenever you're ready, we'll hear your testimony.
Well, good afternoon, Chairperson Che and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. My name is Keith A. Anderson, and I am the Acting Director of the District Department of the Environment. I am pleased to appear before the committee today to discuss DDOE's performance for fiscal years 2012 and 2013. The Mayor, my colleagues on the Cabinet, you as the Chairperson of this committee, and the members of the Council have made it clear that our city needs a District Department of the Environment that uses collaborative and solution-driven problem-solving approaches to protect and enhance our local environment and to lead the district to becoming the healthiest, greenest, and most livable city in the United States. DDOE is charged with a critical mission to improve the quality of life for our residents and natural inhabitants of the nation's capital by protecting and restoring the environment, conserving our natural resources, mitigating pollution, and educating the public on ways to secure a sustainable future. DDOE has made significant progress in the last year and is committed to leading the district on a path of continued improvement and protection of the natural environment of our city. I am joined today by several key members of my staff who, along with the rest of the DDOE team, represent a broad base of technical expertise and seasoned experience necessary to carry out our mission. Despite the threat of looming federal sequestration, the environmental protection work of the district continues to pursue innovations in sustainable urban development and environmental conservation every day. These advances offer us opportunity to improve existing business models and build new partnerships as we develop cleaner, healthier, and a more competitive economy. Let me begin by saying that the state of the district's environmental health is improving thanks to the leadership of our mayor and council and expanding partnerships between district agencies, businesses, environmental advocates, and passionate residents. American shad restoration in the Potomac River, osprey returning to nest, fewer bags in the Anacostia River, lower numbers of children with elevated blood levels. These are but a few of the indicators that provide a barometer of the district's environmental health. Not only is the health of the environment improving, I am proud to say that the district is at the forefront of national practices in many areas. To cite a few examples, the district is the first nationally in green power purchasing in the country. Public and private customers in our city purchase nearly 1.1 billion kilowatts of green power per year, which represents 11.4% of the district's total electricity use. The district is first in per capita in LEED certified projects among cities over 200,000 people and for square footage per capita of projects. Despite our size, we remain competitive among cities that are much larger than the district. The only cities that have more LEED projects than the district are Chicago, and New York. We're now first per capita in Energy Star labeled buildings, and the only city with an absolute number of more Energy Star buildings is Los Angeles. In the square footage of green roofs we are number 2 in the nation behind only Chicago, and last year we installed more square footage than they did. Our urban forests are recognized as a model of green open space. We are 5th in the nation in park access and quality according to the Trust for Public Land. We are second only to New York in total acres of parkland as a percentage of total acreage. Our groundbreaking Capital Bike Share program is still number 1 in the nation, and the district is the 4th most bike-friendly community according to Bicycle Magazine. We are also the 7th most walkable city according to WalkScore. Added up, these rankings and efforts send a strong signal that we are serious about greening the district. The district is among the most dynamic and innovative markets in the country for green innovation. DDOE is dedicated to continuing this effort of progress and leadership and ensuring we achieve the ambitious vision of a sustainable city as defined by the mayor. The path there requires constant vigilance. We will continue to monitor and protect our air and water quality, prevent the risks from contaminants and pollution, and enforce our protective environmental laws and regulations. Last week, Mayor Gray released the Sustainable DC Plan, a comprehensive 20-year strategy to push the district to the forefront of environmental stewardship and deliver citywide environmental benefits. Sustainable DC is an opportunity for DDOE to move forward many of our priorities, for cleaner energy and more efficient buildings to healthier homes, cleaner air and less toxic land to better manage stormwater, cleaner rivers and streams, and healthier wildlife. To help inform the public and key stakeholders during this development of Sustainable DC, DDOE staff and interns attended more than 100 public meetings and events, managed dozens of working group meetings, and worked closely with a technical consultant to develop an action strategy for the short and long term. Although the Sustainable DC plan was just released, work on the implementation has already begun. DDOE's Office of Policy and Sustainability is working with the Office of Planning and the 27 partner agencies in the Mayor's Green Cabinet to develop a 2-year work plan for implementation. This will include prioritizing actions on which to concentrate and to decide how best to set up medium and long-term actions for later success. Some long-term actions will require more conversations with stakeholders and partner agencies to determine specific deadlines and implementation strategy, but we are committed to every action. As you know, we have many initiatives and programs already underway. DDOE worked closely with the Office of Planning to coordinate the Sustainable DC Budget Challenge using $4.5 million for fiscal year 2013. The Office of Planning has funded 12 innovative pilot projects ranging from new mini parks and community gardens to studying how best to manage the district's waste and use of the rooftops of our public buildings. Fundings for these projects is currently being transferred, and work is anticipated to begin in the next few months. DDOE will lead 2 projects to develop a climate adaptation plan and begin implementation of the environmental literacy plan. We will also work closely with the sister agencies on projects to improve tree canopy, demonstrate living building practices, and coordinate the waste management and smart roof programs. In fiscal year 2012, DDOE continued to strengthen its climate action plan to enable the district to mitigate our emissions of greenhouse gases that contribute to climate change. The final climate action plan will be released soon, in keeping with the goals set in the Sustainable DC plan. DDOE also completed a detailed inventory update on the city's greenhouse gas emissions. The analysis comparing greenhouse gas emissions in 2006 and 2011 indicate a 12% decrease in emissions citywide and a 3% decrease in government operations emissions. Government operations include the use of district government buildings, police and waste collection vehicles, street lighting, water distribution and wastewater treatment, and disposal of solid waste from district government facilities. DDOE also began preparing for a thorough analysis of climate change impacts on district residents' property infrastructure with an eye towards crafting a detailed plan to enhance our resiliency and develop adaptive strategies to known and anticipated climate change impacts, such as more frequent and intense storms, more frequent and severe heat waves, increased risk of flooding, and other effects of climate change. During fiscal year 2012, the Renewable Energy Incentive Program supported more than 300 new solar installations within the district, adding 1.6 megawatts of solar capacity on the roofs of residents and businesses throughout all 8 wards. According to the August 2012 Public Service Commission report on solar generator certification, there are 506 solar photovoltaic and 30 solar thermal systems in the district that are eligible for the Renewable Portfolio Standards Program. Approximately 5.3 megawatts of solar capacity recognized in the district. With the passage of the Sustainable DC Act of 2012, REIP was authorized to support solar technologies in the district during fiscal year 2013. On February 11, 2013, the REIP began reviewing applications and dispersing incentives for photovoltaic and thermal technologies. With future funding from the Renewable Energy Development Fund, DDOE will catalyze the market while broadening the scope of REIP to engage underrepresented segments of the population. DDOE will propose a suite of innovative solar initiatives to use RADF funds from Renewable Portfolio Standard non-compliance payments to advance solar energy development in the district and further catalyze this market. These programs will build on past successes and lessons learned from DDOE's previous initiatives, as well as best practices from around the nation and the globe. DDOE will also adjust programs to market and technology changes. When viewed alone or in aggregate, these initiatives are designed to meet a variety of local market needs that support elements of Mayor Gray's Sustainable DC vision, specifically goals for cutting citywide greenhouse emissions by 50%, cutting citywide energy consumption by 50%, and increasing the use of renewable energy to 50% by 2032. DDOE's end goal with RADF is creating a strong foundation for a robust and equitable economy, supported by increasing numbers of buildings and vehicles operating synergistically, empowered largely by clean, affordable, and reliable district source solar energy. In fiscal year 2012, DDOE made significant strides towards fully implementing the Energy Star benchmarking of public and private buildings. In accordance with the Clean and Affordable Energy Act, DDOE worked with counterparts at the Department of General Services and the DCSEU to compile all the energy and water consumption data for public buildings for fiscal years 2009 through fiscal year 2012. This effort was completed in early fiscal year 2013 and published on our website. Last month, DDOE finalized rulemaking for energy benchmarking of privately owned buildings. In support of this regulatory program, DDOE conducted extensive public outreach on the energy benchmarking program, including holding 15 briefings and technical trainings for over 300 attendees, providing regular email updates to a mailing list of over 500 addresses, and working with the DCSEU to set up a technical support line. The first compliance deadline for submission of Energy Star data will be April 1st, and DDOE looks forward to analyzing and publishing this data on the performance of the city's largest buildings. We have made significant strides in developing the DC Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, or PACE. DDOE completed program design in the pilot phase that tested the model. During the pilot, the DC PACE team met with most of the owners and managers of the largest commercial real estate parcels in the district to educate them about DC PACE, address questions and concerns, and identify near-term projects that are good candidates for PACE financing. The program identifies a sizable pipeline of projects that could begin within the next 12 months, and a pilot project was selected to receive the first round of DC PACE funding very soon in fiscal year 2013. Also, during fiscal year 2012, the DC PACE program received an initial commitment from a regional bank to fund up to $5 million in DC PACE projects, and DC PACE administrators received a significant grant from the Kresge Foundation to pay for operations over the next 12 months as the program ramps up. Also in fiscal year 2012, DDOE worked with the DCSEU on building its public brand and conducted oversight to put the SEU on a path to become a mature and effective entity. DDOE collaborated with the DCSEU on a number of public outreach events to help educate district residents on the services, programs, and job opportunities offered by the DCSEU. DDOE staff conducted consistent and robust monitoring of the DCSEU's progress towards its contractual requirements and performance benchmarks. DDOE staff conducted random inspections of projects completed by the DCSEU to verify proper installation of recommended measures. DDOE staff continues to meet weekly with the DCSEU to review program designs and identify potential obstacles to program delivery. The partnership was instrumental in helping the DCSEU achieve most of its benchmarks in fiscal year 2012. During fiscal year 2012, DDOE's Lead and Healthy Housing Division continued to work aggressively to prevent and eliminate hazardous lead exposures throughout the district. The data for the district show a greater than 25% decrease in the numbers of children adversely affected by lead from fiscal year 2011 to fiscal year 2012. from 425 children with blood lead levels of 5 micrograms per deciliter of blood or greater in fiscal year 2011 to 313 such children in fiscal year 2012, despite the fact that about 3,000 more children under age 6 were screened for lead in fiscal year 2012 than in fiscal year 2011. These positive outcomes can be attributed to several factors, including a new proactive enforcement initiative and continuing primary prevention measures taken by the Lead and Healthy Housing Division's staff and by its sub-grantee. The proactive enforcement initiative has already resulted in the identification of more than 5,000 lead-free homes built before 1978. Primary prevention measures include visits to homes of 65 at-risk children and the homes of 10 pregnant women, culminating in a better understanding of those individuals and families about how to minimize their risk of exposure to lead going forward. DDOE began an ambitious project to address the sediments in the Anacostia River. Contaminated sediments contribute to poor water quality and a high rate of cancer in the brown bullhead catfish. Addressing contaminated sediments will be critical to the goal of a fishable and swimmable river by 2032. The first phase of this project is a review of existing studies of the river sediments, an evaluation of the need for additional data, and an evaluation of possible remedies for the sediments. DDOE has assembled a talented team for this project, and we retained a contractor with substantial expertise and experience with sediment projects. In fiscal year 2012, the DDOE reorganized the Air Quality Division, splitting the permitting and enforcement branch into 2 separate branches. This change allowed for improved quality and increased productivity. On October 1st, 2011, the Air Quality Division has responded to 211 air quality complaints from district residents and conducted 21 full compliance evaluations. A full compliance evaluation is a detailed inspection that takes many days to gather and conduct a facility site visit at the larger major source facilities in the district. The Air Quality Division also conducted over 30 scheduled inspections of minor sources such as gas stations and dry cleaners, with additional follow-up inspections to help the facility achieve compliance. Finally, during this period, the Air Quality Division conducted 2 special efforts to let district residents know about the availability of free radon test kits and to encourage residents to test their homes for the dangerous naturally occurring gas. DDOE's Natural Resource Administration completed several stream restoration projects in 2012. DDOE completed the 1.7-mile Watts Branch stream restoration to reduce the volume of sediment entering the Anacostia River through bank grading, stabilization techniques, and the expansion of the riparian corridor. This project, DDOE's first such initiative, will significantly improve the water quality and habitat conditions in the stream and the Anacostia. DDOE will conduct ongoing monitoring on this project to fully assess its impact. DDOE also installed 3 stormwater conveyance structures in the Pope Branch watershed to improve habitat and help clean stormwater prior to entering the Anacostia tributary. DDOE made significant progress in restoration design as well. The restoration design for Springhouse Run, a tributary of Hickey Run, is 90% complete, and construction is scheduled to begin in the spring. The restoration project design for Nash Run, a tributary of the Anacostia, is 35% complete. The daylighting designs for Broad Branch, a tributary of Rock Creek, are at 95%, and the project will be constructed in fiscal year 2013. The design controls for Alger Park, a tributary of Anacostia, and Lillian Park have just been awarded, and the design contracts will be completed in fiscal year 2013. DDOE's trash reduction work has expanded with the installation of 3 trash traps in the Anacostia watershed in 2012, including 1 in Hickey Run, 1 on Watts Branch, and 1 at James Creek. DDOE awarded grants to the Earth Conservation Corps and Anacostia Watershed Society for the installation and maintenance of additional custom trash traps to be installed in 2013. DDOE's efforts are not just improving the quality of our rivers and streams, they are leading the way to promote responsible stormwater management. In fiscal year 2012, DDOE finalized negotiations relating to the permit for the district's municipal separate storm sewer system issued to the district by EPA. This permit requires management actions from numerous district agencies to ensure stormwater runoff is not polluting the district's waters. MS4 permit provisions require the district to update its stormwater management regulations to reduce pollution from construction and develop, and also require the district to revise its stormwater management guidebook, which provides technical guidance on complying with the regulations. The updated regulations will represent a significant shift in how the district regulates stormwater runoff from development projects, incorporating performance standards that require on-site retention of stormwater runoff. Given that the vast majority of the development in the district is redevelopment of existing impervious surface, DDOE expects that the retention standards in these regulations will become the major driver for the installation of green infrastructure retrofits that will make the district spongier, reducing stormwater pollution flowing into the district water bodies. DDOE's stormwater regulations were proposed for a 90-day public period from August through November 8th of 2012. Before and during the comment period, DDOE led over a dozen training sessions to educate stakeholders on how to comply with the new requirements, in addition to providing briefings and responses to clarifying questions for environmentalists and the regulated stakeholders. DDOE is currently incorporating revisions in response to the comments received. In the coming weeks, DDOE plans to release a revised draft of the stormwater regulations for a 30-day informal comment period. Unlike the formal process that goes through the DC Register, DDOE will distribute the revised draft by email and will also make it available on our website. At the same time, DDOE plans to post a revised stormwater management guidebook. After the informal comment period closes, DDOE will propose revised versions of the regulations and guidebook in the spring of 2013, with the expectation of finalizing by July 22nd, 2013, as required by the MS4 permit. The informal process will allow DDOE to receive stakeholder input and incorporate substantial changes to the revised rule and guidebook prior to beginning a second formal comment period. After the second formal comment period, DDOE cannot make substantial changes to the rule without triggering the need for a third formal comment period. The informal comment period will help to ensure that a third formal comment period is not necessary and that the district meets its MS4 permit deadline as set by EPA. DDOE continues its American shad restoration efforts by releasing a volumetric measure of 1 million fish annually. Efforts have proven successful, and the Potomac River American shad population has been declared restored by the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, a deliberative and management body whose members include federal agencies, the district, and the Atlantic Coast states from Maine to Florida. Recreational angling is at its highest point in more than 6 years, and we are working hard to further that trend. In calendar year 2010, the most recently certified tally, DDOE sold a total of 8,090 fishing licenses, 6,164 of which were sold to non-district residents from all 50 states. Also, the Potomac River, including the district's portion, is recognized as one of the nation's most productive tidal largemouth bass fisheries and plays host to multiple professional angling tournaments each year. In 2012, the district hosted an exclusive 3-day tournament with a purse of more than $500,000. The tournament drew 98 anglers from 27 states as far as Washington State. Thank you for the opportunity to proudly recount DDOE's major accomplishments over the past fiscal year and to share our plans for the future. I am excited to lead DDOE during this pivotal time. The implementation of our Sustainable DC Plan, for example, provides a wealth of opportunities to shape the development of the district over the next generation. Naturally, DDOE is honored to play a lead role in this initiative. I look forward to leading DDOE through teamwork and collaboration with DDOE sister agencies as well as with organizations and residents across the city. I also look forward to working with you and other members of the council to help shape a greener, healthier district for this generation and generations to come. I look forward to answering any questions you or the committee may have.
Thank you very much. Could we go on 10-minute rounds? Director, thank you very much for coming here today, and thank you for agreeing to have your name put forward and for your service in that position now. So thank you very much. I did want to ask one question to something you made a slight reference to at the outset, and that's sequestration. Much of the budget of the Department of the Environment is federal money.
About 40% of our budget is federal.
And what can you tell me about what of that money will be affected if sequestration is begun or however long it may continue?
It has not begun yet, and as recently as this weekend.
No, I know that. I'm saying,
okay.
When it begins, what will be the immediate effect and what will be the longer-term effect if it continues?
Well, we don't know for sure what the immediate effect would be. As recently as this weekend, a report came out in I believe, the Washington Post that came from the White House that said that in terms of our air and water programs, there will be about $1 million decrease in the funding for those programs, as well as $64,000 in our fisheries program as well.
And that will be an immediate reduction?
That would be immediate. That would be effective the day sequestration starts. DDOE, we've been planning for this in the event that we do go over the cliff, and we have made plans to move forward in the event that we do meet sequestration. The good news is that our numbers looked a little higher than what was released than the federal numbers, but again, it's hard to say exactly what's going to happen until unfortunately, if we do go over the cliff. But we are prepared in that event.
Well, let me ask you, you say that the Post reported on something the White House said. Who would be which would be the office to which you would go? Who would you contact to get more reliable numbers?
It depends on the grant that is affected. So in our case, it could be the EPA, it could be the Department of Energy, Fish and Wildlife Service. So it would depend on, which agency or the grantor agency.
Have you had communications with people at each of those agencies in the last few weeks about precisely what would be the effect?
We have, and no one really could tell you with 100% surety exactly what will happen. So it's one of those things we have prepared for internally based on the numbers that we've received, which is in the neighborhood of 8 to 10% reduction in federal grants. So, but exactly and to pinpoint what would be reduced, because in the report that came out over the weekend, it didn't mention anything about LIHEAP, which is a federal grant we received from HHS.
Right, I'm very concerned about that, actually.
Yeah, and I am too. It specifically pinpointed air, water, and fisheries. So it's hard to tell, but we have prepared for cuts across the board in the event that we do go over the cliff, which unfortunately, hopefully, well,
now,
maybe we
they
won't.
are saying cuts across the board, but for example, and you touched upon what I'm interested in, I don't want to see any reduction in LIHEAP. Do we have the latitude, the discretion to use money internally? In other words, if we meet the targets of the reductions, can we take money and make sure LIHEAP stays whole?
That would be something we would have to take a hard look at. Currently, we receive 3 pots of money for the LIHEAP program. We received the federal grant, which has gone down over the last couple of years. I think in fiscal year 13, we're at about $10 million. A few short years ago, we were at 16 with the federal grant. And we have about $4 million in local, and we receive money from the Energy Assistance Trust Fund as well. So we do have a sufficient...
No, we've been propping up the gaps that the federal government has created, but,
that's right.
I want to know whether we can maneuver within that. I mean...
It would be hard, to be honest with you, Madam Chair, because the majority of our local funding, which is 15% of our agencies, or approximately 15% of our agency budget, is LIHEAP funding. So there isn't that much wiggle room when it comes to the LIHEAP program, which is a very important program, as you've recognized.
Now, are you going to be reporting back if there is, if we do go forward with this, if we do meet the targets of the reductions? Can we take money and make sure LIHEAP stays whole?
That would be something we would have to take a hard look at. Currently, we receive 3 pots of money for the LIHEAP program. We have about $4 million in local, and we receive money from the Energy Assistance Trust Fund as well. So we do have a sufficient...
Now, are you going to be reporting back if there is, if we do go forward with this, in a week. Are you going to be reporting back to the committee with specific numbers? Is someone going to be contacting each of these agencies that's affected?
Hopefully, we will not be reporting back, but in the event that we do, if we go over the cliff, I would be more than happy to share what the specifics are and what it means to our agency.
And what I'd also like to know on behalf of the committee is whether there is some latitude there, because then I think we should be in collaboration and talking about what kind of shifts we might be willing to make.
Certainly, because
Okay.
the shifts will be immediate, so that we will have to talk about that as we
Right, and
figure out.
I'm talking also internally. In other words,
Correct.
we have, okay.
Correct.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I want to talk a little bit about enforcement, and as I mentioned at the outset, DDOE prepared a plan that we had asked for a comprehensive enforcement strategy.
That's correct.
At the beginning of 2012, and so I want to talk a little bit about progress, if I may. How many FTEs are currently dedicated to enforcement activities, if you know?
We have about 3 FTEs dedicated to that effort.
And what would be the scope of their work with 3 people?
Well, excuse me. Dedicated to enforcement efforts, we have 40 FTEs. We have 40
Okay,
inspectors
because I was
within the
gonna
agency.
be a
I
little bit
apologize.
shocked
I'm
here.
thinking about the enforcement strategy action
Oh,
plan.
okay.
Yeah, we have 40 dedicated employees that are and protect our land and water each and every day, and they range from across several divisions within the agency. But there are 40 employees that are dedicated to inspecting and then carrying out the enforcement efforts within the District Department of the Environment.
And there was this idea, and you're in the process, I think, of bringing it to fruition, of creating this database that
Correct.
will track all of these enforcement activities and have some sort of consistent metrics.
That is absolutely
to do
correct.
that, and we'd have the information available in one place. How many databases is DDOE currently using to track enforcement, if any?
Currently, the short answer, currently we have about 17 databases within the agency. But when you start to look at the spreadsheets that folks use to track certain measures, the number goes up significantly. So we're in the process, and we've made some progress of consolidating those databases with the inspections, compliance, and enforcement database. And that's a project that I look forward to completing at least the first phase by the end of fiscal year 2013.
So next September.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair. The first phase.
Now, how have you been and how are you currently assessing effectiveness, or is that really lost in all of these databases?
Well, I think our current our enforcement procedures are effective. There is an opportunity to better enforce it because right now sometimes we have situations where one division may not know what another division inspected on the same property or location, may perhaps within a week. So there are opportunities to enhance upon our enforcement actions. I think we're doing a very good job now.
You know,
but
I always say this, and I think it's universally true. You can't manage what you don't measure, and you can't measure unless you have some sort of consistent measurement
Right.
methodology. And so that's a pretty, long lead time. When do you think the whole database will be completed and operational?
There's certain phases to this database. I don't want to give you an exact date.
Never does a director want to give an exact date.
But what I will
Roundabout.
let's say maybe hopefully in a year's time. But what I will do is keep you and the committee informed of our progress. Right now, we have made strides of identifying the databases and starting to consolidate the information. We still have a ways to go. But as you said, there's an opportunity for us to measure what we've done here. So it is an important initiative within the agency, and I do look forward to making sure we dispatch every available resource to make sure that this project gets completed in a timely fashion,
Now,
because it is important.
Even in this preliminary phase, have you been able to identify areas where enforcement seems to be weak or could be improved, and where you have certain gaps or lapses?
We have, and we're working on that. And my guess is that we will continue to find opportunities for improvement, and we will address
but
those.
that's a kind of a generality. I'm asking something
Right.
more specific, I think. Are there areas, and could you identify them, where you've had, maybe as a relative matter or maybe as an absolute matter, enforcement problems?
communication amongst various divisions. So that's an area of concern for me, that there needs to be better communications amongst our division, or access to information, so that, you know, one division can know exactly what has happened at a specific location when perhaps they go into an inspect. That may, you know, there may be some different matters to look into once they arrive on the scene, as opposed to trying to gather up all the historical data on a certain location.
Well, let me do this hypothetically then. Let's say, for example, somebody reports that they see some odd coloration in the Anacostia. And so they call you, or they call 311, and ultimately it comes to you. How do you go out and test the water, either in response to somebody calling in about something, or do you have an affirmative testing of the waters?
So we've had a similar situation happen in the agency when we had an algal bloom, I believe last spring. Of course, DDOE, we are not the first responders, but we do get called to situations when they arise. In that case, we would have members from our water quality team go out and test the situation, test the water to see exactly what's going on, and at the same time try to figure out the source of the issue as it occurs.
And my understanding is that EPA and the Justice Department, I don't know whatever else they're doing, but they have, how shall I say, a relatively modest effort in actually testing the waters and proceeding against people who are violating discharge permits or don't even have discharge permits. How many people do we have dedicated to the Anacostia, to the Potomac, et cetera, for affirmatively testing water and tracking down illegal or unpermitted discharges? How many people do we have for that?
We have
Well, while you're looking for that, I'm already over my time, and I gave us 10-minute
15
increments.
folks.
A little over 15?
Yes.
I'll pick back up on this in a moment, but I'll ask Councilmember Grasso if he has questions for you.
Yes, thank you. Hi, how you doing?
How are you
It's good
doing,
to see you.
Councilmember?
First, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. And thanks for serving. It's very important work that you're doing. I just have a couple of questions. One of them has to do with a hot-button issue that's been ongoing on Capitol Hill with the Capitol Power Plant.
Yes.
And, you know, there's been some recent discussion around trying to get it to, you know, zero carbon emissions. And I'm just curious what your role is, and if you could explain it to the public, just what you think your role is in this regard, is if there's any role, and really where we go from here on that.
Okay, so the architect of the Capitol has applied for a permit to essentially retrofit their facility to include cogeneration. Cogeneration would give the Capitol Power Plant the ability to produce not only steam, which they currently produce for heating and cooling purposes, but to produce electricity to power the plant. So they've applied for that permit to DDOE in order to take that step to retrofit that building for cogeneration. So DDOE's responsibility is so at this current time, the Capitol Power Plant, they have the ability to burn coal as much as they want. Through this permit, DDOE has the ability to put a limit on emissions through a plant-wide applicability test for the facility, limit for the facility, and based on the last 5 years of usage in terms of coal. And to give you a picture in terms of how much coal they burned in the last 5 years, they burned as much as 25,000 tons, and at the very least 2,000 tons of coal. Now, that sounds like an enormous amount of coal, and you know, any amount of coal is too much, but the Genon plant that was recently decommissioned across the river in Virginia burned as much as 1.6 million tons of coal a year. So based on, so moving forward, DDOE's responsibility is we're looking at approving a permit to allow them to retrofit that building into a cogeneration facility. Obviously, I can't get into too much detail because we're in some serious negotiations in terms of the modification for the permit, but essentially that's what the Capitol Power Plant would like to do. So it would effectively, that permit would allow them to retrofit the facility to include cogeneration, and it would also place a cap on emissions. Currently, there is no cap. And
So
we
they
will-
are, in your mind, then they're voluntarily reducing, they have voluntarily reduced the amount of coal being burnt there
Well, through this permit, DDOE would have the ability
to actually
put
enforce
a
it.
plant-wide applicability limit on the plant.
And the cogeneration, would that allow for alternative sources there, like geothermal or something like that, to then be installed, or is there another process for that?
Well, there's another process for that, but it would essentially, it would make that facility, it would be a natural gas fueled facility.
Okay.
And the alternative would be fuel oil, as opposed to coal.
Yeah, I appreciate your answers on it. I think it's important we keep getting the information out to the public. There's a serious concern, and I'm sure you're aware of it, and in fact, I know you support the community as well. so-
Absolutely, there's very serious concerns which led the agency to extend the public comment period another 30 days because of
Excellent.
The concern of the community. And to date, we've received about 1,000 comments on the proposed permit, to all of which DDOE is going and must respond to, and we are in the process of responding to those comments as we
Excellent.
speak.
All right. Well, in the same vein, you mentioned the lead testing, and could you just explain a little bit? I thought it was 10 micrograms per deciliter of blood, and you mentioned 5. Can you just explain that a little bit and
So
how we
this-
got to where we are?
Yes, during fiscal year 2012, the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, recommended that agencies shift the focus in terms of the trigger of the deciliter per blood from 10 to 5. Currently in the District of Columbia, we were managing about 60 cases when we were at 10 deciliters of blood or higher. Now, shifting it from 5 to 9, we're managing about 200 more cases. So that increases our caseload, but that's essentially how that has affected the agency.
And so with 200 more cases, what kind of hours is that? Is that a significant number of hours of work, or what?
Well, it's more
I have
work.
no idea. So.
It's definitely more work. Of course, 1 deciliter of lead per blood is too much, but we have to prioritize the way we approach these cases. Our Lead and Healthy Homes program has done a yeoman's job in addressing these cases. The education piece, the enforcement of the regulated community to ensure that folks are abiding by lead-safe work practices. We respond to numerous complaints about chip paint or dust billowing from the windows of construction projects. And our lead folks have done a great job of enforcing and educating the public on the hazards of lead and lead-safe work practices. Of course, 200 more cases is a concern, but they have a plan in place to address that as we move forward with our stakeholders and subgrantees.
All right. So I want to follow up from my last couple minutes on the questions that Chairwoman Shea was talking about with sequestration. I have the same worry that she has, and March 1st is Friday.
That's correct.
So it's not really next week or the week after, and I'm a little worried that if there's not an understanding today, when will there be one? The reason I work, I worked up on the Hill, and they don't get stuff done. So, it does, I think, pose a serious threat to you. And I guess maybe you could just speak a little bit about the restrictions on what you could do then locally. Because, if the money gets, especially in LIHEAP, which is so important for our community, if the money is, no longer coming from the feds, the local jurisdiction could fill that in. We do that all the time, right?
I believe, yes, the local jurisdiction could help bridge that gap. Like I said, the effects would be immediate. We have a plan in place. Sequestration is nothing new. We've been talking about it for a matter of months.
Right.
And so my team, we got together and said, look, we need a plan for this. We don't know exactly what it will mean, but we do know that it looks like an 8 to 10% cut across the
your
board.
grants, yeah.
And so we have prepared for that. So until we know exactly what programs or grants it affects, like I said, or mentioned earlier, the report that came out, I believe is that the White House released
Yes, I saw
over
that.
the weekend.
Maybe you can put me more at ease if you just maybe, is there a executive branch task force on this or something that you're a member of? Is there more? Is this a kind of a siloed approach in every agency in your experience, or is the mayor actually
No, the
addressing this,
the
and
mayor
y'all
is-
meeting regularly?
The mayor is addressing this, and this is something that has been at the top of his agenda for quite some months. And it's something he's asked agencies to look into.
Okay.
So what I can do is I can give you our plan of what DDOE, the contingency plan is here in the event we do go over the cliff. But the mayor is fully aware of this. He's presented and informed the cabinet about this on several occasions.
Excellent.
And so we are prepared in the event that we do go over the
Yeah,
cliff.
I mean, I think we have a meeting with him in the morning, if it's still on the schedule, and I'll be looking for a explanation on this as well, citywide.
Right.
I think it's really important and vital. My next line of questions is going to take longer than 2 minutes, Chairwoman Che, so I'll wait till the second round.
Thank you very much. Director, you had referenced yet again this plan that's in place for dealing with what's going to happen. Could you make that available to the committee?
I could, yes.
Thank you. I want to get back to the matter of enforcement. So in terms of enforcement, let's say water quality, what do you do on an ongoing basis to test water quality? If you find that there's some variation that might violate either federal or local law, what do you do?
Well,
First of all, is there an ongoing testing of the water?
there is ongoing testing of the water that we perform daily basis, just so that we can know exactly what's going on.
So when you say on a daily basis, there's some boat out on the Potomac or on the
There are
Anacostia?
monitoring stations set up strategically about the river that test the water quality.
Okay.
And so
And is this an automatic thing, and so you just simply get data fed back into the agency?
I could get back to you with more detail on how it actually comes back to us.
Okay.
But water quality is something that we continuously monitor in the river.
So someone's at a monitor, and they see the numbers coming across, and they note whether there's some sort of a spike or something is in the, does it also tell you the kinds of substances that may be in the water?
Oh, I think we can get that level of detail. There are certain substances that we look for just on a
Right.
regular basis, but the level of detail I'd be happy to get to you in the committee, so you can better understand what it is we monitor
Okay, so
for.
I'm just trying to understand how this works, because, I keep talking about this, but I'm never sure that we're, because of resources or whatever, actually doing enough. So you see some sort of a spike, or you see some substance that shouldn't be there, then what happens?
Well, depending on, I guess, the nature of the what's been tested or found to be in the river, there are necessary protocols that we put into place, depending on the instance, whether that be alerting EPA or putting out a public announcement, whatever the case may be. But what I can do is I can give you a detail.
No, I want to talk
Okay.
about it more in general,
Okay.
so that you have protocols. Okay, so let's say it's a spike. You would just, would we do any enforcement action of our own?
Depending on the nature of the instance.
Okay, well, let's do, play with me here.
Okay, all right.
Give me a substance and tell me what we would do with it. What substance, if we found it in the water, would we act on our own
Would we act on our own?
in an enforcement action?
Let's say that we had hypothetically, I don't think this has ever happened in the district, but a company that is just leaking oil into one of our rivers.
Okay?
We would verify the substance, we would verify the responsible party, and we would take the necessary enforcement actions. To be honest, quite honestly, this is something that has happened. I can't speak in specific terms, but we have taken that type of action in our rivers before.
And the enforcement action would consist of what?
Enforcement actions consist of heavy penalties.
But you can't impose those straight away, right? You have to cite the person, they have to...
Well, there's a
you know,
process in
yeah.
place in order to get to that place. There's a legal process that we have to go through. But it starts with, well, normally a tip from a resident or someone in the community.
So could you flag in the budget, when we get to the budget...
I'm sorry?
Could you flag for us the amount of money that comes in by virtue of enforcement actions and fines, and break
I'll
that
be
down a
happy
little
to.
bit?
You. Just recently, we had about $8 million come into our budget as a result of enforcement action, and that was a process that we went through there. But I will be happy to flag that.
And how difficult is it if you have a situation where somebody, they may have a discharge permit or somebody's dumping, how hard is it to find something that appears occasionally or one time, to find out who's putting that substance in the water?
Again, it depends on the nature of the act. Sometimes we can pinpoint it right away. Sometimes it takes a bit of investigation and study to
Now, do we have environmental police? Do people have, like, DCRA? I used to be very impressed when the director would come over and she'd show me her badge. Do they have a badge? Can they have people come in? Can they make them, subject them to questioning?
Actually, we do have badges.
You do? Okay, I've never seen.
I should have brought mine today.
Next time you come in, I'd really like.
I'll be happy to show you my badge.
No,
the
but
first
can
time I
they,
get a chance to flash it.
can they, send a notice to someone to come in, and then, can they be questioned? Can they, what can you do?
I don't think we have those powers, but it does help when we need to get onto a location to let the entity know that we are D.C. government employees. This is the reason why we're here, and we're here to enforce environmental protection for the District of Columbia. So that is the purpose of the badge. Unfortunately, I cannot call someone into a small room for questioning.
And beat them over the head with a baton? No, you can't
I'd
do
love
that?
to, but I can't do it.
Just checking. In terms of your collaboration with EPA, if there's an issue, and it could be a minor one, let's say, do you notify them when you have what looks to be a Clean Water Act violation or something like that?
We're in constant communication with EPA on matters big and small for technical guidance and all sorts of things. So we have constant communication with EPA, especially obviously on the
Do
larger
they
matters.
supersede our authority in enforcement cases?
Yes.
So you notify them when you have an enforcement action?
But they would
Impending?
rather the district take the lead on enforcement actions as opposed to them coming in and having to do so, which has worked quite well.
All right. Well, I look forward to this database system because, as I said, we have to be able to measure this and see how effective we are. And I would think that you will find that there are some areas where there are, stellar performances, and some areas obviously less than that.
Certainly.
But, one of the areas where I think DDOE has actually done something quite wonderful, and I want to compliment you and also the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, is to engage in this agency collaboration to bring their enforcement activities together.
Certainly.
Is that primarily in the area of lead and asbestos, or are there other?
Well, we were actually, and thank you for that comment. We're actually collaborating with DCRA on a number of issues because it's very important that DDOE not only collaborate with DCRA, but several of our sister agencies as we move forward. We've been happy to collaborate with DCRA on their citywide business compliant initiative, where one or two of our inspectors have actually gone out into the community in wards, I believe it's 7 and 8, and gone on compliance inspections with DCRA. We're continuing we have a DCRA work group with DCRA when it comes to how we can better or improve inspections and enforcement and work together on these things. I'm also proud to say that we work with DPR.
Well, hang on a second. But I want to understand your role better. I mean, I understand DCRA, they're going to go out and they're going to look for, mechanical, electrical, building code violations and all the rest of that. But is your primary role in this sort of cooperative venture to look for things like asbestos or
yes,
lead?
Asbestos, lead.
What else? What's your role, in this scheme? I mean, I got theirs.
Right. Asbestos, lead, mold is something that we do not inspect or enforce. We do give technical advice when it comes to mold, but it's something that we do talk about. Pesticides, hazardous waste, underground storage tanks. There are a number of issues that we inspect. Engine air quality matters are huge, and so we have several hats that we wear when it comes to inspection.
Okay, so let me ask you something. We passed a statute a while back prohibiting a certain sealant on driveways, for example.
Coal tar.
Coal tar, exactly.
Correct. We have a dedicated person that inspects that as too.
Is that something where, do you have to get a permit from DCRA to redo your driveway?
I believe so, yes.
You do? Even if it's redoing a driveway that's already there? Because I didn't think you had to get one.
I'm pretty sure you do.
Okay, so is that how you find out about it, and you go out, and can you eyeball it and see whether somebody's using that coal tar sealant?
Our inspector goes out, they go out and just approves the city for, well, they work with DCRA as well as they can eyeball it too.
So that every driveway that's redone in the district is then inspected by DDOE to see whether they're using the coal tar sealant?
I cannot say every driveway or every large parking lot. We do have several large parking lots about the city. I cannot say that each and every one of them is inspected, but we do inspect as many as we possibly can.
Okay, well, see, I'd like to have a measurement of something like that. I'd like to know how many driveways are inspected.
Okay.
And how many upon inspection are found to have had coal tar, and then what do you do if they have it? You make them take it up?
Depending on the violation, we would issue a notice of violation, perhaps. If it gets to the point where we issue a notice of infraction, we would make them remedy the issue. We've had several cases over the last year or so, or since the law has passed, in which we've taken enforcement action against folks who did not do the right thing in terms of the parking lots. And I'd be happy to give you that detailed information as we move
see,
forward.
that's the kind of thing I'd like to see in terms of enforcement. And then I'd like to see how it's measured. How many you inspected? How many you found a problem with? What happened? Did they finally replace it or what? So, too, with pesticides. We passed a bill that requires that when pesticide operators go into homes, they have to tell the homeowner that there's a non-chemical way that they could proceed. Do you have any sort of way, sort of like taxes? You can't test everybody's taxes, but you can have a drop-in operation. Do you find, from lists that pesticide companies have about homes that they visited in the District of Columbia, do you check in with every 10th, every 50th homeowner to ask whether they follow that protocol?
That is something that we are looking at. I cannot say that we check in with every
Okay, you say that's something we are looking at. I've heard that so many times. How are you looking at it? Who's looking at it?
Well, can I just back up really quick? Last year, we inspected 75 coal tar sites. What I will be able to give you is a list of how many we took enforcement actions against.
Okay, and so do you know what that's as against? How many driveways were done in the district?
I do not have that at this time.
Okay, so we could have to, you
Okay.
say DCRA has to give a permit for that, so we could find that out. But how are you looking into checking on pesticides protocols?
I'm sorry, I missed.
You testified that you're looking into that.
In terms of the pesticides, Madam Chair, that would be something I need to get back to you in terms of how that program is actually moving forward and how we
Let me
go
say I'm
about.
skeptical that you're looking into it, but I would ask that you
I
do
understand.
look into it, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Grasso.
Thank you. I want to go down a slightly different path with you. I don't know how well I understand this, so just bear with me if you will. There's the renewable portfolio standards that have solar requirements that I think are built into the law or the regulations. What are those requirements? Are they in megawatts or are they goals? What is it? Can you talk a little bit about what they are?
So, pursuant to the Distributed Generation Amendment Act, suppliers have to produce a certain amount of their energy through renewable sources. The DGAA, the Distributed Generation Amendment Act, requires that 0.5% of electricity generated by suppliers is done so from renewable sources. Before that, the RPA, Renewable Portfolio Act of 2004, required 0.07% of suppliers to generate electricity from renewable sources. So that's how that works.
So what's the solar role there?
So also the Renewable Portfolio Standard also mandates by 2020 that 20% of electricity is generated from a renewable source.
Okay, and where are we on that goal?
Well, the renewable, the suppliers currently are achieving, we are I don't have an exact number on that goal.
Do you think that
we'll better know when the non-compliance
Right.
information comes in for 2012?
And how do you measure
so,
that non-compliance?
That's a report that comes from the Public Service Commission.
Okay.
So that information is produced from them, and we normally get that information in the spring, summer months of
And then there's a payment or something that's
correct.
that's supposed to come to DDOE?
That comes to DDOE. Those payments come to DDOE, and we use those to fund, further fund renewable projects.
Okay.
And so...
you mentioned in here that they're used to advance solar energy development in the district?
Yes.
And so is it exclusively solar, or can be wind or other sources as well, or is it just solar?
It's solar.
It's solar.
Yeah, solar.
And so what's the likelihood that by 2020 we'll be able to reach the goal that we're set for, that's been set here?
I would hope that it would be very likely that we're able to reach that
Do
goal.
we even have enough roofs in the city to do it? Has that analysis been done?
I cannot say that if that analysis has been done, but that is a goal that we look to achieve.
My concern is that I've heard from several groups that it may not be reachable, and my question then becomes: is it a kind of a just a big time fundraiser type thing, to raise money and funds, and then ultimately, if we do not reach it, I believe there are steps that we're supposed to hit, and if we don't
Correct.
hit those, and you have the payments coming in for noncompliance. Are you prepared to use? How are you using that money? And you may not. You don't need to answer it now.
Right.
I'd like to, if you can, through the committee, send a report, on estimates going out, looking at it. And I know it might take some time, but I think it's very important that we keep our finger on this and not be having any money sitting around that can be used to, create alternative energy.
Certainly,
uses.
we'd be happy to provide you with that information on the estimates going out and our plan to spend those funds as they do come in.
That'd be great. I'd really appreciate that. In the same vein, there's a lot of companies out there installing solar, or at least it appears like there are, right now in the District of Columbia. And I'm curious what role you have in their kind of qualifications and licensing, and whether or not they are licensed even in the district beyond just a permit to put something on a roof.
Yeah, we do not license the solar installers in the District of Columbia. Their licensing and all the rest of it would come from DCRA. However, we are looking at opportunities to streamline the permitting process for the homeowners who are looking to install solar.
So you give a permit for that?
DDOE does not give that permit.
DCRA.
But there are permits that a homeowner has to receive in order to install solar installations or geothermal and the rest of it at their residence or place of business. And we're looking at ways. There's an opportunity for improvement in that permitting process, and that's another area in which we're working with DCRA to shore that up as we move forward, as these programs and as our solar installations become even more popular.
Yeah, I just get concerned that there's, the highest quality work that can be done. I also wonder if there's some role we can play in encouraging D.C. businesses to be more engaged and involved in this effort as we move forward to get some of this money, that comes out of this non-compliance fund.
Certainly.
On another angle, I just a little bit of, if you could just talk a little bit about what your role is in other environmental efforts around rain barrels, gardens, anti-littering, the things that go, with everyday kind of engagement. One of my motivations is to get as many residents committed to enhancing and making our environment better and more sustainable for many years to come. And I just wonder, I've just sitting here got a notice on my email from DC Alert saying it's going to be a big rain tomorrow.
Okay.
Make sure that you clean out your gutters and clean out your, your sewer lines and all whatever else you got to do. So can you talk about that? Do you have a role in that?
Well, that's I'm glad you brought that up. This is a good opportunity for me to talk about our River Smart program. We have a River Smart program that incentivizes homeowners to reduce stormwater runoff on their homes. Our River Smart program, we will go in and conduct a audit of your property to to best understand where to capture stormwater from leaving your property or going into your drain or things of that nature. And through that program, we're able to implement several measures to reduce stormwater runoff from your property, and that could include shade trees, rain gardens. I think the average rain gardens, basecaping, pervious pavers, which essentially soak up. I don't know if you ever had a chance to see our green alley, but when the rainfall hits it, it soaks right down into.
So you guys did the green alley, is that right?
In partnership with the District Department of Transportation.
Oh, with transportation.
And rain barrels. Our rain barrels, I believe the average size of the approximately 2,000 rain barrels we've installed through this program capture about 130 gallons of stormwater. To date, I think we've served about 3,500 homes through the River Smart program, and we look forward to increased participation.
That's great.
So it's funny, you know.
Yeah, that's great. I appreciate you bringing that up. Can you talk a little bit about your collaboration then with other agencies in that regard? DDOT, DC Water, whoever else, DCRA you already mentioned, others. What is the level of collaboration? Does it start with the mayor, or do you guys get together in agency heads, or is there some other way that you collaborate, both for an enforcement perspective as well as encouragement perspective?
So on several of those fronts, our agencies collaborate. It's more at the staff level. We collaborate with the District Department of Transportation almost on a daily basis. We worked very closely together to complete the urban tree canopy plan. We speak with work with DC Water as we regulate DC Water.
Let's take the urban forestry plan. Tell me all the agencies involved in that and walk me through exactly who has what responsibility.
Some of the main agencies involved in that were obviously the District Department of Transportation, DDOE, DGS, and DPR. And the goal here is to ensure in line with the mayor's plan for sustainable DC, increase the tree canopy here in the District of Columbia to 40%. And historically, UFA's primary responsibility was to maintain the trees in the public right-of-way. We're also, at this point, we're looking at
the urban forestry. Right. Okay.
We're looking at parklands and DCPS and DPR lands as well.
What about the National Park Service? Do you work with them at all on this issue, or is they?
I do not believe we work with the National Park Service. Not at this time. We have not.
They have a huge chunk of land.
They certainly do.
Yeah.
And so that will be something we perhaps will look forward to.
So who goes out, let's say you got a tree in your yard and you want to cut it down, who goes out and looks at that tree and says it's okay to cut it down?
Well, for private property, that's something you do have to receive a permit from DCRA in order to cut that down. At this point, I think the homeowner would have to procure the services of their own arborist in order to cut that tree down. But for trees in the public right-of-way and all the rest of it,
But they would go to DCRA, get a license to do it, and then nobody would go out from urban forestry to look at it, or from your office to say if it's,
No.
How would you know if it's appropriate to cut it down?
Well, it's private land, so no one from urban forestry would have a say in that. But if it's in the public right-of-way, then urban forestry, they do have the staff and arborists on board that would attend to those matters.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much. I wanted to continue with some of the matters that we were talking about enforcement, both interagency and so on, and you had mentioned in response to Councilmember Grasso's questions about other collaborations that you're looking into. In fact, you answered thus in your responses to our questions. What I wanted to ask you at a sort of a broader level, is there any consideration to having some sort of a unit spread across agencies that would have enforcement responsibilities, work as a team, a task force kind of an operation?
No, but that is something that I would bring up with the other agency heads as to how we could best move forward with an initiative of that matter.
And in that same vein, because I'd been talking to some people from different cities, is it possible to partner with some nonprofit organizations to help with enforcement?
That we've looked at, and there are some obviously natural concerns of non-government agencies enforcing district laws.
No, I don't mean in the actual enforcement, but at least as far as investigation. For example, my understanding is that in San Francisco Bay, for example, there are some nonprofit agencies that do testing, and they don't, enforce per se, but they collaborate with whatever the environmental unit is there by providing them with data.
Right.
And where it came from, where they have been able to trace the source to, that sort of thing, and they turn it over to you, and then you handle it from there.
So that was in San Francisco?
San Francisco.
Okay.
But I understand that there are other such collaborations around the country, and I don't know if you had a chance to look into this, but, it could make, it could increase the size of our reporting possibilities,
Absolutely, and we do have some very strong partnerships with Anacostia Riverkeeper, Anacostia Watershed Society, that have mainly been based around outreach and education, cleanup efforts about the Anacostia. So that would be perhaps the next step to look into in increasing that relationship. Well,
I did ask the Riverkeeper about that, and you're right, they're not doing anything like that now,
No.
but they seem to be.
But that would be make for a
open.
good discussion
Okay.
as we move forward.
And I have a question, and I don't want you to answer in any way that would compromise negotiations that you may be in, but I was a little concerned. I understand that your agency would like to institute certain training requirements for inspectors, but that there may be some impediment with respect to the union about that?
And that's something that we're speaking to the union about. It goes to who can require the training. Can a division within, let's say, the Office of Enforcement and Environmental Justice, can they require that X amount of inspectors take this training versus that? But that is something. But a manager can require training in the individual.
Can't we have our
dependent.
employees and say we want you to be trained in a certain way? We can't. We don't have the latitude.
Well, we do have certain latitude to do that, and that is something that we are working with the unions with. The good news is we have a very good relationship.
Because my staff, they're always training me. I mean,
and mine as well.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we're not in the union. There are opportunities, and the good news is we have a very good relationship with our union presidents. So that's, in our staff, they want to learn more. They want to, be trained and be able to have the ability.
Okay, I just noticed that in the answer to the questions that we got back, and it was an area of some concern for me that we couldn't get the best out of our inspectors by new training because there might be some impediment to that. But
I think it's just the way we approach the training and the way it's
follow
mandated.
up on that. I wanted to ask you about some of the regulations. And as you know, it's been a common source of frustration for the committee and for other stakeholders about the speed at which the regulations are coming out. And you made reference to this to some extent in your testimony. And regulations are of different kinds, and some take longer than others, et cetera. But I want to understand a little bit better something about the timing and speed. The stormwater regulations that you made reference to, they've been in development for more than 3 years. And I don't want to dredge up the past about why or whatever. But, and you had mentioned this, and you had mentioned, you're going to be ready for July. In July, if we don't have them finalized, then we are subject to fines by EPA. And
that is correct.
I do think that we're coming up very close to the deadline. And so what remains to be done that's going to take us practically right up until the moment of delivery?
So after we proposed the regs for the first 90-day period, we received a significant amount of comments on the regs, as you could imagine. And DOE has responded to those comments and updated the regs, pursuant to the comments that we received. So before we propose the regulations officially for a second time, we're going through an informal process so that we could propose those regs to the environmental as well as regulated community to make sure that you know what, did we got it right this time. Because what we're trying to avoid is
No,
to
I
receive...
understand that, but are you confident that's going to forestall the reaction so that you might, in fact, have, another whole set of comments that you'd have to account for?
I am. I'm confident that this is the right method to approach this. And I do not expect for the informal comment period to receive a significant amount of changes because since the time we proposed
And that
these
will end
regs...
when?
That would end?
You're having this kind of informal, when will that?
They will start in March, and end, I believe we're going to do that informal for 30 days.
30 days, so April.
Correct.
And then if you get, modest requests for changes or considerations, et cetera, you could be ready in what, another 30 days?
To propose the second round of regs, which is the game plan here.
And then that would be May, and then you have to give them another 30 days to react to that, right? That'll be June, and I'm getting nervous here. What happens, dare I ask, if we're not on time?
We're going to be on time. We're going to be on time.
What would happen?
Well, the district is subject to fines.
But we don't just get fined automatically the next day, right?
I apologize. I'm sorry?
We don't get fined automatically the next day, do we?
Well, we could get fined up to $37,000 per violation per day. So it is very important that we get these regs completed by July.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hope that you're absolutely right about this and that we get them by July. Another area are the voluntary cleanup of these toxic sites that we have around the district. And in the most recent regulatory update, the agency indicated that the voluntary cleanup regulations are in a holding pattern pending the resolution of certain issues. Previous regulatory updates showed that the regulations were in a holding pattern since September. Can you just tell me what's holding these up over these past months and how close you are to resolving that?
So, Madam Chair, a few short months ago, we were staring down the barrel of about 36 regs that we needed to move forward. My goal was to prioritize the regulations that the agency had to address based on need, and importance, not that all the regulations are not important.
No, but it's fair to say that they're relative importance.
And so that's what we did. So when you see they're on hold, it means that we had to prioritize what we were doing. And I just want to say that I think it's important to say that since October of fiscal year, in fiscal year 2012, we either proposed for the first time or second time or finalized 10 regulations. Which I believe is a significant amount of regulations. So now that some were quick wins, some were obviously of the utmost importance, i.e. stormwater regulations. So, it was my game plan to prioritize the regulations that we have to address and then move forward.
So I understand what you're saying, though. So then the toxic site voluntary cleanup regs, they were down on the ladder. Right?
Correct. Correct. If I may, we finalized 4 regs in the last fiscal year. Those are the VOC, opacity, the exemption to the prohibition on swimming in the NSR, and we proposed for the first time 3.
That couldn't have been really important. Could it have more important than toxic voluntary?
Well, it was a quick win. It was a quick win.
I see.
It was one of those things where I could just do and get it out the way. Medical waste.
Executives apply to swim in contests in the rivers.
Well,
I don't know. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. We proposed for the first time 3 regulations, medical waste, hazardous waste, and stormwater. And we proposed for the second or third time 3, that was the benchmarking, lead, and stormwater fee discount. So those were, to me, some of our top priorities and or quick wins. And so now we move to the next batch of regulations.
Okay. I would appreciate, could you give me a list of your priorities? In other words, how did you rank them?
Certainly.
So we can have a look at that?
Certainly.
And if you could identify with that ranking when you anticipate getting to them and then also completing them?
I will certainly make
like
sure
that
we get that to you.
Okay. Councilmember Grasso?
I don't have any further questions, but I was going to go down the same line, so I'd be really interested in hearing where the regs stand. I get a lot of comments on that
Okay.
in the office, and I would appreciate passing it on from the committee as soon as you get it.
Certainly.
Thank you. Well, then, that leaves me to the wetlands regulations as well, and those have been held up. Is that similar reason that they were down on the scale there?
Yes, and as you know, Madam Chair, those have not been officially proposed in the D.C. Register. However, we do have a draft of the wetlands regs, which we did share with our environmental and regulated community, and we received a significant amount of feedback. So we do look forward to proposing those regs for the first time in the spring of this year.
In spring? Well, that's good.
Yes. We're moving forward, Madam Chair.
That's excellent. Lead regulations, they've also been upheld.
Those are another that we proposed twice. And again, that is another area that we are looking, that is on our list to propose for the third
For
time.
spring?
The spring of 2013, this spring.
Let me ask you, in these regulations that are held up, what kind of harms is the agency unable to address because of the delay, for example, in the lead regulations or?
I would never put the district in a position for the environment to be harmed because of regulations being prioritized. So no harm or undue harm has come to the environment due to the way we have prioritized our regulations. There are some historical regulations that were put in place or have stayed in place during this process, but
So there wouldn't be, for example, any development that might impinge on wetlands in this interim period?
If there were any development that might hinge on wetlands, it would definitely have to go through the necessary process and approvals, whether it be from the Army Corps and Engineers or the District Department of the Environment to move forward with the development.
So what do we get out of these regulations if everything is being watched and nothing is
Well,
being harmed?
The goal here in the wetland regulations is to increase the amount of wetlands that we have in the district, to not destroy any of our regulations, wetlands, in moving forward. So there are benefits to the wetland regulations as well as all of our regulations.
So then there might be some destruction without the regulations being in place? I think the answer would have to be yes.
I think the answer would have to be yes.
I know you're reluctant to say that, but I think it would have to be yes.
Yes. But there are mitigating efforts. If you just do destroy wetlands in one place, you do have to rebuild them in another.
Okay. Let's talk about Sustainable DC, because we're on the subject of regulations. The mayor issued the plan last week. I do have some questions, though, about timing here a little bit and studies and so on. Last year we got Sustainable DC Vision. Now we have a Sustainable DC Plan, and I thought I heard you say we're starting on a 2-year Sustainable Work Plan. And I guess the question is, when does the planning stop and the work begin?
Well, some of the work has already begun.
Well, it's begun under legislation that we've already passed, for example, benchmarking. I know that, but...
Well, I'll give you 2 examples where the
Okay.
work has begun where it has not passed.
Okay.
One of the goals in the Sustainable DC Plan is to have a fishable and swimmable river by 2032. Well, DDOE is helping with that effort, one, through our MS4 regulations, MS4 permit. That will have an enormous effect on the pollutants that do not reach the river. 2 is and I'm proud to say that we have a sediments project underway that will study the current information or data that has been studied on the river and help us understand or give us the blueprint on how to clean the river. So there are projects and processes on the way that have already begun that relate to the Sustainable DC Plan. But that is correct. We are in the process of developing a 2-year plan to prioritize some of the short, long, and medium-term actions in the plan, and we look forward to having that within the next 2 months.
2 months? I thought you said the work plan was a 2-year work plan. Oh, did I
It's a
mistake
2-year
that?
work plan that we look forward to having available or completed in the next 2 months,
I see.
or
Okay.
within the next 2 months.
But in that regard, I wanted to ask about the plan. I want to find something in particular with the plan. Because one of the things I don't understand is what is short, medium, and long time frame? What is a short time frame, medium time, long time frame? I mean, as a relative matter, I can understand that, but, I have this
Short
I
time
have this
frame is
chart.
essentially 0 to 4 years. Medium is essentially 4 to 10 years, and long-term is 10 years and out. Some of the long-term plans, as I mentioned in my testimony, will need further discussion by and between our sister agencies and our community partners, as well as some of the medium and short-term goals.
Okay, so, I picked out one to see if I can understand this plan. Under energy, 1.1, require building energy audits and disclosure of energy performance. And then it has this little icon that has a dollar sign, so the challenge is money. The time frame is long, which you said was, 10 to out, it could be 50, I don't know. And I don't know how this was created, so and maybe you don't know how it was created either, but you all were on the test.
There was a tremendous amount of public participation that went into developing this plan.
No, I'm sure, but hang on, see, because sometimes I have to talk in specifics, otherwise I don't get it, so you have to bear with me. Require building energy audits and disclosure of energy performance. Well, we've already put in place benchmarking, right? In fact, for the District of Columbia buildings, we already have some of that data. Now we're requiring the private. You even mentioned this in your own testimony. So I don't see how this could come up as, first of all, a goal. We're already doing it under the Clean and Affordable Energy Act of, 2010? 2008. And yet it says this is a long time frame, and the challenge is money. Who wrote this stuff? Do you want to have whoever it is come over here
Okay.
and help out? We could swear. You don't have to. You can stop giving notes. Excuse me. Could you tell me who you are?
Actually, I apologize, Madam Chair. This goal, what I'm being told, is it should be a short or medium-term goal. As you've mentioned, a lot of this we've already...
Can I just ask who that is?
Oh, that's my Chief of Staff, Ms. Hodgeberg.
Do you want to come forward, please?
There's no need.
No?
No. You just passed to me. I was using a lifeline, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. You can call home to... I just thought it would short-circuit
No, and
things.
thank you for pointing that out. But
Okay.
what I'm being told here, this should have been a short or medium for this one. This is something that clearly we've achieved. There are some, and we'll.
See, but that's what gives me,
that's
what gives me a level of insecurity, something about which I know a good deal because it was my legislation and I follow what's happening, the one I can, just immediately look at and say that can't be right, and it isn't. You're telling me now it isn't right. So who put all this together? Who did this? Was this the whole group? It was like a consensus thing?
Well, this was led by DDOE in the Office of Planning, along with our 27 partner agencies in the Green Cabinet, as well as a technical consultant that we had on board.
And so I imagine the technical consultant was probably the author of this? I mean, you didn't sit down and put these little icons in there, right?
To a certain extent. But we...
And then somebody had to vet it and look it over and say, yeah, that's right. Who did that?
Again, there was a combination of DDOE and the Office of Planning and the consultant.
All right, I don't think, it's probably not profitable to do more with that. I want to talk a little bit about the SEU and agency oversight. DDOE approves the SEU payments to subcontractors?
That is correct. Well, not to subcontractors, to the SEU.
To SEU, so
We
they can
approve it.
pay.
That's
Right,
correct.
Okay. Do you know anything about the current turnaround time on payments after invoices are submitted?
We do have the 30-day policy in the District of Columbia that we have to turn around the invoice. But as you can imagine, the invoices that we receive from the Sustainable Energy Utility are voluminous, quite literally, and they take a tremendous amount of vetting, and there, in many cases, is the need for supporting documentation to explain the expenditures in that the SEU is invoicing.
Do you know how
us for.
old, what's the oldest or longest unpaid invoice that you have?
I do not have
Do you have
that
any
information.
even vague idea?
I do not have.
I'm waiting for your chief of staff who's scribbling furiously.
Yeah, I do not have an idea as to what the oldest invoice is at this time.
Well, could we get a list of invoices for payment that are more than 60 days old for the committee?
Yes.
Because I have heard, without identifying, from various sources, that there are folks that are languishing, and sometimes these are smaller operations, so it's a problem.
Yes, I agree.
Now, DDOE has identified monitoring contractors' performance as suboptimal on the part of the SEU. I believe that was something in the response to questions? Yeah. Pre-hearing questions. So I want to know
DOE's monitored.
how is SEU's monitoring of the contractor's performance not optimal from your perspective?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand.
Could you pull out the question? And I'm trying to figure out, if we have contractors or subcontractors whose performance is not optimal, or that the SEU's monitoring of them is not optimal, what should we be doing about that? Because, as you say, they have a pretty broad portfolio and hire lots
Yes,
of
they
people.
do. They do. And they are responsible for a tremendous amount of work, and their performance is something that we do monitor on a weekly, if not almost daily basis, as alluded to in the
Have we had the SEU come in here?
As I alluded to in the testimony, we do random site visits to their job sites to make sure that the recommended measures are being installed correctly. And we meet with the SEU our team meets with the SEU on a weekly basis to monitor programmatic measures as well as internal controls.
I have the answer here, but, again, there's always a tension about how much to get into the weeds while we're at an oversight hearing, but we can follow up through staff on that. But if I could get the list of the overdue payments, that would be
Certainly.
helpful. Now, one of the other things that we've experienced with the SEU, and you're familiar with this, is that in some cases the benchmarks that we set for them might have a tension. They might somehow be in conflict. For example, like increasing the number of jobs might cut down on the efficiency that we require. Do you have any, since this has been up and running for a while, recommendations about how we can square these things? We may have assigned them things that kind of put them at odds with themselves. I don't know if you've had a chance to give that any thought.
Well, I think what will be helpful is when we receive the final report from the EM&V contractor, so that we can have so we can make a very informed decision on what you just mentioned. That report is due at the end of March, so it will not be a long time before we're able to look into that matter.
Now, I think you did make some reference in your testimony to whether the SEU is on track to achieve its 13 goals, its fiscal year 13 goals, and the answer is yes, that it is, from your perspective? Okay.
Yes, it is.
And let me just ask you a broader question before I go on to some of the other things that you testified about. You assumed the reins of DDOE on August 31st, 2012. What changes, if any, have you made since you stepped into that leadership role?
The mission and vision of DDOE has not changed under the change of leadership. However, I am promoting and will continue to promote an environment where we empower our employees to pursue partnership activities with all stakeholders to further promote environmental stewardship in the District of Columbia. I demand an environment where collaboration is key in communication. So under this, so there have not been any significant changes in terms of management structure, nor have there been any changes to the mission of this agency. But we are fostering increased collaboration and communication with our internal and external stakeholders.
Well, you
A
know,
lot
if
of
I
that
could
has been
feed you,
demonstrated.
because there are some, I think, innovations and changes and advances. This whole thing about prioritizing the regs, I think, is a good idea. The whole business about pushing the data development on enforcement and things of that nature.
Well, to me, those are management decisions that are made on a
Right.
daily basis in order
Right.
to
But I don't
make
want you
sure.
to be shy. I want you to, like,
Well, I understand, but
Okay.
to me, those are day-to-day management decisions that need to be made in order for the agency to achieve its mission and to make sure that we're checking the boxes as we move forward. So those decisions happen on a daily basis. But
because I'll be honest with you, I didn't always think that management was the strongest suit under the prior director. And I think that there's been an improvement in management, so you should
Well, thank you, Madam Chair.
lay claim to that.
Thank you.
All right, let me ask you about some programmatic things. Last year, the committee, we shifted $1.5 million in capital dollars in 13 to DDOE to let it initiate a study for sediment cleanup along the Anacostia.
That's correct,
You
Madam
remember
Chair.
that?
And as of last Friday, I'm proud to say that contract, that purchase order is
Oh.
complete and we're underway.
Okay.
So that's a done deal.
All right, so when will the work begin, do you think?
The work has begun.
Oh, the work is...
We're now meeting with the contractor to lay out the final deliverables, but the work is underway. The purchase order was just approved Friday, Paul? Friday.
Okay, that's great. Now, you had mentioned PACE and closing of its first deal.
That is correct.
How can we expand this program? I know you have, and there's some reference in your testimony, too, for actually getting a grant. I'm surprised about getting a grant. I thought we were going to try to make, and I'm happy we got a grant. People want to give us money, I'm very happy with that. But the theory of it was that we would have a lender. There's something you want to add? Oh, okay. You look so eager. The theory of it was we would have a pot of money.
Correct.
Maybe we'd start with our own if we were stuck, but private money, and then these jobs would be done. Then the lender would be paid, in a fair amount back for the money that it loaned, or we could have the entity doing the work, which is even better.
I think that's the ESCO model, no?
Yeah, the ESCO model,
Yes.
exactly. But once we got underway, once we got launched, we wouldn't need to put in new money because we would be getting paid back the
Correct.
other money.
Correct.
So where are we with that program, and will we ever be launched in the way the theory had it, in view?
Well, we are days, if maybe weeks, if not days away from letting our first loan on this program.
Right.
And I'm excited about it because even though it's not the first PACE project in the country, it will be the first low-income project in the country. 140-unit building in Ward 7, in which we will have energy and water retrofits. So, Madam Chair, I think we're in a good place with that program. I think, for me, it's about taking the first steps. Let's let this loan first, take a look back at lessons learned, and figure out ways that we can improve the program moving forward. And so I think the program is in a good place. There will be, as
How did we
always...
identify that particular building?
Our PACE team has been talking to almost every property owner in town, whether it be private, or public. Every property owner in town, educating them on PACE and letting them know about the program. So I believe through the communication and collaboration they've had with the property owners, we were able to get into these negotiations.
Is there a queue, or like property owners
There's-
saying, we want to do this too?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where somebody has to do it first. And once that happens, we'll see some more turnaround. But
Who owns the property? Is it individually owned units? Do you know?
can I say who owns the property? Is that can I say who owns the property?
What?
I mean, is it legal for me to say that? Okay, so it's owned by several different
I
developers.
didn't think national security was implicated by
Yeah,
that.
I had to make sure I dotted the I's and
Can you
crossed the
say who the
T's.
lender is?
Eagle Bank.
Okay.
And they put up about $5 million
Mm-hmm.
for the PACE projects. This project will not use $5 million, but
Mm-hmm.
we look forward for this project moving forward.
And I agree with you. You got to get the first one right for sure, because then that could be your template for
There you go.
things. Okay. Now, it's only open to commercial properties
At this time,
at this time?
yes.
Now, but
When
this
we
is a
first started, we looked at-
140-unit building.
I
so
apologize.
This is a 140-unit building, so that counts as a commercial property because it's being leased?
Well, because of yes.
I see. But if there were a condo building, they don't qualify?
I don't know the specific details of what constitutes that, but I'll be happy to update that with you.
Well, if we get this launched, and I mention this because when we were first talking about this, in the legislation to create and so on, there were condo buildings along Connecticut Avenue where people, I guess, they became informed about it, and
Right.
they asked, well, how do I get that? And I
Right.
said, well, it's a little premature. We hadn't even passed the legislation, I didn't think,
Right.
at that point. So they would be.
But the
there's
good news
an
is we're
interest.
close. We're close, and I think next year this time we'll be having a different conversation about PACE.
Okay.
And that's what I look forward to moving forward.
Okay, and we have, we're on the cusp of adopting the 2012 version of the International Code, the Green Buildings, in early 2013. This was always an amusement to me because, especially when I had jurisdiction over DCRA, we would, they're on 3-year cycles, and we would get behind, so we'd skip one 3-year cycle and jump from one to the other. And, we're always sort of in a lag, but do you think I can tell from the comments, or it seems from the answers that you gave in the pre-hearing questions, that that looks like it's going to be a really good launch, because it looks like the building industry has really joined in developing this, so they're ready to go. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement, and again, that goes to the collaboration that I'm speaking of, and getting the necessary stakeholders involved in this process.
No, I can't congratulate you more on that. I think that those kinds of things, because if you don't do that, they're going to get you at the back end.
Correct,
So,
correct.
You might as well have your negotiations right up front.
That is absolutely correct.
All right, we've been talking about fiscal 12 performance largely, and just sort of as a final thing, when we come back here in a year, what do you think will be the major items that you will have focused on in the past year and you're ready to applaud?
Well, I think we just mentioned one, or had a nice conversation about the PACE program. When we come back here next year, I looked forward to
I'm
having...
writing this down.
Yeah, absolutely. We both are. I look forward to having a very healthy conversation about PACE. I look forward to having a very healthy conversation about how we completed the MS4 or stormwater regulations.
Yes, that would be good.
In July. I look forward to having a conversation about the sediments projects and where we are with that, and what we're finding, and where the initial results from that project. I also look forward to talking about how much the SCU has matured over the course of the year.
And we have been talking separately. There are some adjustments that we're going to look to make.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. And so these are probably the top 3 things that I look forward to talking about with you, or talking to you next year this time.
And a fully operating database for enforcement.
Absolutely.
Yes,
You hear
yes,
that?
we didn't want to put that. Okay. Now, we're going to be heading into budget, of course, so we'll be talking about those kinds of issues, but at that time. But at some point, we're going to have to see whether, given the sustainability plan, with all of the potential requests for legislation and then regulation and then implementation and all the rest of that, I hope there's some focus when the mayor's budget comes over to giving you the resources that you're going to need, because we have lots of plans.
Absolutely.
The implementation actually requires people, maybe with badges, we don't know.
I'm going to have to deputize you so you can get a badge, Madam Chair.
Well, I don't think you want to fool around with me, because I'm an honorary member of the National Guard.
Oh,
so,
never mind.
You know,
So you already
I
have a
did
badge.
say to the general there, I said, you know, where's my uniform? Where's my epaulets? Where's my this and that? And he said he's happy to give them to me, but then I would have to be shipped immediately to Afghanistan.
Oh.
So I said no. Anyway.
We don't want that.
I don't have any further questions to, no? Okay. Well, thank you very much, and then we'll get back at this during budget time.
Thank you. And I appreciate your leadership on these issues, Madam Chair.
That ends the hearing insofar as the Department of the Environment is concerned. We're going to take about a 15-minute recess, and when we come back, we're going to do the D.C. Taxi Cab Commission. Okay, so we'll come back about 5 or 10 after 3. And we will adjourn until that time. Thank you.
I have the action items, and I'll follow up.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. We're reconvening the recessed hearing of the oversight of various agencies within the Committee on Transportation and the Environment, and the next entity is the District of Columbia Taxi Cab Commission. DCTC has a mission to provide the residents and visitors of the District of Columbia with safe, comfortable, efficient, and affordable service in its taxi cabs, limousines, and sedans, collectively called the Public Vehicles for Hire. DCTC must ensure that the vehicles on the district's streets maintain an adequate level of safety and amenities. The drivers who operate these vehicles must have knowledge of not only the district's streets, but also its history, landmarks, and tourist destinations. The district's public vehicle for hire drivers are ambassadors to our city and are often the first point of contact for our visitors. I think in one newspaper article I referred to them picking up people the first time, let's say at Union Station, is how you look on your first date. I don't know if that's truly an analogy, but it struck me that it was appropriate. DCTC must also craft rules and regulations in a manner that is fair, transparent, and responsive to the public and to the industry. DCTC must enforce its rule in a manner that is fair and ensures operators comply with them, and that the public has confidence that the service they receive is of high quality. Since I've been chair of this committee, I've seen the growth and potential in this industry. In 2012, I introduced and the Council passed two major pieces of reform legislation. The first, the Taxi Cab Service Improvement Amendment Act of 2012, represents a modernization and overhaul of an industry and agency that was in serious need of attention and reform. The second, the Public Vehicle for Hire Innovation Amendment Act, ensures that as technology changes this industry, the district embraces that technology while ensuring that consumers continue to be protected. These two pieces of legislation will go a long way in ensuring that public vehicle for hire service in the district is world-class and that the Commission has the tools it needs to continue to reform the industry. Although I'm encouraged by the growth of the industry and the progress the Commission has made, we still have a way to go. It is incumbent upon the Commission to ensure that passengers and drivers feel safe. The District of Columbia will not also, as a matter of some considerable continuing concern, will not tolerate discrimination of any kind in taxi cab service, and a single incident of discrimination against any passenger is one too many. And these sound like very basic issues, but they have been longstanding concerns in the district, and the Commission has to be vigilant in the coming year to be sure to combat them. The modernization of the industry still lags behind other major cities due to the improper contract award by the Office of Contracting and Procurement for the taxi cab smart meter system. Many taxi cabs still do not have a modern taxi meter system, including the acceptance of debit and credit cards. I'm encouraged that the Commission has proposed rules to mandate acceptance of non-cash payment and that all taxi cabs should be accepting credit cards by the summer. Additionally, over the coming months, we will begin to see uniform dome lights on all taxi cabs, a uniform color for all taxi cabs, new makes and models that are more fuel efficient, and more wheelchair accessible vehicles. I want to explore the state of these and other improvements over the course of this hearing and when we would expect these things to happen. Today's hearing also provides an opportunity for the public to comment on the operations of the DCTC itself, and it will allow this committee a chance to hear those perspectives from people who are not members of the Commission, but who have nevertheless have to deal with it. Ron Linton, the chairman of the Commission, is here and will testify on the state of the agency and the challenges and opportunities ahead. And I would observe that we are joined at this part of the hearing with Councilmember David Grasso, and I would ask if he has an opening statement at this time. No. Okay, so what we'll do is we're going to call our first panel of witnesses. We have a number of public witnesses for this agency, and I'd like to call up Mr. David Alpert of Greater Washington, Mikhail Chamay, the Small Business Association of D.C. Taxi Cab Drivers, Ngedi Abebe, Small Business Association of D.C. Taxi Drivers, and Hamanat Bizayehu, Small Business Association of D.C. Taxi Drivers. I see three, but I don't see David Alpert. Does anybody know, is he in the hall or wandering around, or maybe he's found a better hearing? I don't know. Well, is Mr. Jeff Schaefer here of Transco, Inc.? I don't know whether the other witnesses, planned this for you, Mr. Schaefer, but I start on my left, so you're going to go up first. Now, each of you, gentlemen, represents an association, so you'll have up to 5 minutes to present your testimony. You need not take all 5 minutes, but you'll have 5 minutes. Okay, so Mr. Schaefer, you're up.
Okay, thank you. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to talk about the changes, recent changes been happening in the taxi cab business. First, you had age limitation, which increased cost to operate. We had the implementation of digital dispatch companies, which caused unfair competition. We've had new class of vehicles for hire, an S-tag, which is a cheap limo for taxi alternative, more competition. We have a credit card mandate, which increased cost. We have a surcharge that may decline ridership. We have uniform color scheme for additional cost and uniform dome light for additional cost. These changes in the DC taxi industry are drastically increasing the cost to operate while decreasing business revenue. The cost, the age limitation requires any new taxi going in service to be no more than 5 model years old, which would be a 2008. The average year of a taxi entering into service prior to this was a 2003. A 2003 Mercury Marquise is about $7,000, where a 2008 Mercury Marquise is $14,000. The initial investment to enter is now doubled. The cost of the credit card equipment needed to collect, track, and report data. I was given a cost from a company trying to be a PSP for the new credit card mandate of $350 per vehicle to tie everything into the meter, $50 a month airtime and monitoring fees, a 2.69% processing fee on any credit card processing, and in addition, I had to allow them to dispatch to my taxi fleet at the cost of $1 per successful trip. We have new paint costs, which should be anywhere $500 and up, and we have a new dome light that I understand is going to cost $300. There's also been a lot of revenue decrease from business decrease through either decrease in ridership or competition. The mandatory surcharge will cause a decrease in ridership. The smartphone apps such as MyTaxi and Uber competing with taxi dispatch companies. We have numerous limo licenses issued, which drivers immediately began working for Uber and directly competing with taxi cab drivers for taxi trips. We have intense competition from Uber and other sedan companies, which caused a decrease in the number of trips that drivers take per day. And we have a future S-Class vehicle, which again I believe is a cheap limo designed as a taxi alternative. The credit card mandate, I want to talk about the credit card mandate itself. It's not as much about credit cards as it is about a surcharge collection. The necessity to have the credit card equipment integrated with taximeter is to log and track all fares in real time, sending this info to the DCTC for data collection and reconciliation weekly and paying the Office of Finance to collect the surcharges. Therefore, the integration fees and monthly monitoring fees or airtime for tracking this data should be paid for by the DCTC through the surcharge. It is important that the driver gets paid the same fare for credit cards as cash. This will help diminish the driver's pushback for credit card payment. Studies show that the taxi markets that attempted to implement credit cards for taxis without driver's relief had problems with drivers refusing to take credit cards or stating that the equipment is not operable, which resulted in negative customer reviews. reviews. Drivers should be able to charge the 4% federal allowance on all credit card transactions. This will offset processing fees. A couple other concerns I had with DCTC was the proper limitation on tags or vehicles. Presently, an individual owner-operator can only transfer or renew tags. Therefore, if a driver does not have a tag to transfer, they must rent a taxi. So one would think. But this is not true. The HAC office is actually telling the drivers who do not have a taxi and who do not have tags and wish to own a taxi, just put the taxi in the company's name. This further increases the number of taxis on the street. Putting an independent owner-operator's vehicle in the company's name has been a long-time practice. It began when Jim Graham was in charge of DPW, and drivers who had a face card but did not have DC residency could not get new tags. Thus began the practice of putting independently owned taxis in company's name, causing more taxis on the streets, which today we have 7,000 cabs. The other thing that DC deprives itself from is rental income from this. If these people are actually renting the taxi cabs, there'd be rental income collected, which would be allowed to be taxed. The other thing we need is a need for new taxi drivers.
Mr. Schaefer, I'm going to have to interrupt you. Could you sum up, because your time has expired?
Yep, that's the last thing I was going to bring is the new drivers.
Okay.
Thank you. The last thing I was going to talk about was the new drivers needed, as the school is now closed and the testing facility has been off and on for years, and there's been really no new drivers in the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Abebe?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Council Member Mary Che and member of the Committee on Environment, Public Work and Transportation. My name is Negeda Abebe, and I appear before you representing the Small Business Association of DC Taxi Cab Drivers. SCBA appreciates the Council of the District of Columbia Committee on Environment, Public Work and Transportation to hold this oversight hearing. As it is recalled, the Taxi Cab Improvement Act of 2012, Section 20G, states that the Commission shall have 1 year from the effective date of the Amendment Act to modernize the taxi fleet and make vehicle and equipment improvement, including 1, a meter system that facilitates non-cash payment of a taxi fare, including credit card, debit card, and other generally accepted means of purchasing goods and services as defined by the Commission, print receipt to passenger automatically and allow non-cash payment to be made in the rear compartment of the taxi cab without holding by the taxi cab operator. This system shall contain an authenticated logging inquiry to each individual taxi cab. We are deeply concerned on the recent activity of DCTC and its approach to implement this section. The proposed rulemaking of the DCTC makes owner-operators responsible for all costs incurred by the new MTC equipments, as well as all the costs of administration and reporting. When the DCTC first proposed the TSMS, a 50-cent surcharge was anticipated to cover the cost of non-cash payment system, including installation. Currently, however, as we all know, the TSMS has been cancelled due to improper handling of the contract process, and the DCTC still plan to collect the 50-cent surcharge whenever the driver are expected to pay for all costs of the equipment and other related expenses. The responsibility of the cost of equipment and installation has been shifted to the driver, but the revenue to cover the cost still goes to the Commission. The Improvement Act Section 20A, subsection 4D, clearly states that the surcharge and other funds collected should be used to offset costs associated with meeting the mandate of this Act as established by the rulemaking. We understand the public's demand for credit card mandate, and we're currently working to adopt a cash payment system. The burdensome rules and regulations of DCTC, however, are making the process longer, more sophisticated, and costly than it would be. Hence, we respectfully ask this committee to clarify how the driver can afford to finance this huge cost. With so much of the cost burden of the new equipment suddenly transferred to the owner-operator, and if the committee doesn't see fit to have the 50-cent surcharge to be shared to the driver, SBA believes that it is fair to charge customer a flat non-cash payment processing fee to help offset the new costs to fulfill the requirement of this regulation. On the other hand, during the vote on the July 10, 2012, Council Member Tommy Wells introduced an amendment directly addressing the privacy concern of the drivers when the drivers who were protesting outside the Wilson building at the time. This amendment would ensure that all electronic information sent to the DCTC would be anonymous and used only for the purpose of guiding public policy. In addition, this data would only be sent to the Tax Cap Commission after 24 hours, as outlined in the Tax Cap Improvement Act of 2012. However, the new regulation now being introduced by the DCTC are a total violation of Council Member Tommy Wells' amendment. The DCTC is demanding real-time surveillance and tracking of taxi cabs. The amount of data collected by the DCTC far exceed this, that this is needed for any public policy making. We do not believe that this is the spirit of the Act, and we demand an explanation from you too. Finally, the district tax cap industry is extremely heavily regulated, and it is a common misconception that the DCC government protects this industry. In fact, new sedan companies moving into the city as much as more favored or not regulated at all. These sedan companies are immune to hack inspector, can freely pick up streets haul and use electronic dispatch, set their own rate, and do not require rigorous background checks as the taxi cab operators do. This has resulted in a business environment that is completely uneven. As we speak, taxi cab drivers are losing their income and ultimately their livelihood because they are forced to compete with their hand tied behind their backs. This situation is totally unjust, and it should not be allowed to continue. We ask the Council either loosen the regulation on the taxi cab industry or tighten the regulation on the black car and sedan services and make the field even for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bizayehu.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to see you. It's been a while, all of you.
Same here, yes.
Except Mr. Schaefer, I think this is the first time you've testified before the committee, right?
Second.
Second, okay. These are regulars. Anyway, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson, Chairperson Che, and good afternoon, Council Member Grosso. My name is Hamanut Bizayehu, and I am a board member of the Small Business Association of DC Tax Cab Drivers. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of myself and thousands of other members of my association. After the District of Columbia Contract Appeals Board decision to overturn the TSMS contract was made public, the DCTC announced on January 18, 2013 that it will no longer pursue the procurement. On the same announcement, the Commission indicated its intention to use its regulatory authority to require all DC taxis accept non-cash payments as of March 3, 2013. The fact that the Commission subsequently allowed us to purchase the credit card system from any approved vendor was welcomed as a great news in the industry. Afterwards, the Commission published its proposed rules on the implementation, equipment requirements, and enforcement of the new modern taxi meter system towards the end of January 2013. According to these proposed rules, the Commission requires the payment service providers to collect all trip information and report to the Commission back office information management system in real time. It is our collection that we have made several appearances and appeals to this committee to address our concerns while Bill 19-630 was under consideration. It is also our recollection that Council Member Tommy Wells inserted a piece of amendment to protect the privacy of the drivers and the riding public. That amendment was unanimously approved by the entire Council on July 10, 2012, and included in the Improvement Act. We believe the Improvement Act is enacted to improve the industry and provide a better service to the public, and it doesn't presume the taxi cab industry as a set of criminals. And we are troubled in understanding the Commission's persistence to invade the privacy of the lawful individuals. It should be noted, however, we are not against the idea that the Commission acquire any information about an operator or owner from the PSP payment service provider regarding the surcharge account summaries or complaint investigations. But following a free season 24 hours a day is not constitutional, and we believe it is neither the spirit or nor the letter of the law. It doesn't achieve any meaningful benefit to the riding public, and it is also an invasion of the privacy of the customer. Given the number of improvements the small business owner is required to make within this short period of time, this arrangement is technically sophisticated and also economically burdensome to both the driver and the provider. The other most important point I want to emphasize is that the list of penalties included in the same proposed rules, for example, a driver can be hit with a 2,500 fine for a broken modern taxi meter. The borderless and the arbitrary meaning of such rule may have a higher likelihood of abuse, and a single incident can kick out a driver and endanger his livelihood. Please compare this amount with what the NHTSA, National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, recently fined Toyota for negligence. We believe such cruel and hefty penalties are clearly designed to easily eliminate the small business owner, and it is neither the spirit, again, nor the letter of the law. Therefore, we respectfully request this committee to provide us with an explanation of the intent of the law. Investigate why the Commission does disregard this statutory authority and instruct the Commission to stop such practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chamay?
Thank you. How are you, Councilman Melche? Thank you, Councilperson Grosso. You are more than welcome. We are permanent fixtures here.
I was going to have you chair the committee, but...
I would like to do that, but concerning only the Tax Commission. Thank you. Council Member Mary Che and members of the Committee on the Environment and Public Works and Transportation. My name is Michal Chamay, and I am a board member of the Small Business Association of the District of Columbia Taxi Cab Drivers. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of myself and thousands of other members of my association. A uniform color scheme is among the many other goals of the District of Columbia Taxi Cab Improvement Act of 2012. We believe the principal authors of this law, particularly this committee, have a well intention. We also share the concern of the government to the safety of the public and the city as well. Quoting its authority to implement the Improvement Act on November 5, 2012, the DCTC made an announcement of the establishment of a new panel led by Commissioner Kirill Crocker to oversee the development of the design of a standardized color scheme. The responsibilities of this panel include conducting public hearing, meeting with individual taxi cab owners, receiving public feedback, fact-finding research, and recommendations. Surprisingly enough, however, on December 10, 2012, long before the panel started its job, Mayor Vincent Gray announced a number of proposed colors on display at the Verizon Center. On January 29, 2013, the panel conducted its first public hearing and concluded its second public hearing on February 6, 2013. But during the same period, the proposed color scheme were on display at the Washington Auto Show beginning February 1st until the end of the show on February 10, 2013. On December 10, 2012, again, long before the panel finalized its business, the administration was soliciting a public input on an interactive window on its webpage. The chronology of events itself is self-evident of the fairness and legitimacy of the process. For information, currently there are 116 companies uniquely identified by their distinct colors, and including the two independent color schemes, there are a total of 118 designs in the district taxi cab industry. Except two companies simultaneously approached by the panel, none have been ever invited to provide its input. This is a typical example of, to show how the industry is purged from the game. By the way, we appreciate the panel for using the very tight opportunity to listen to the diverse input and come up with a different recommendation than the one designed by some ghosts, in quotes. Dear Council members, many other examples of basic procedure and due process right violations can be quoted. Posting one or several proposed rules in the middle of one night and voting or concluding a public hearing the next morning is clearly a systematic scheme to deprive those who have a serious concern to spread the information or analyze the subject matter. Making public information hard to find on website is also another, etc., etc. We can enumerate several incidences and provide sufficient proof of our compliance, and we will continue to do so. But this committee has to react and oversee the DCTC. Hence, we respectfully request your immediate intervention. Please include us. Make us feel a sense of community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do have some questions, but before I do, I wanted to clarify a couple of things on, based on the testimony, so that we're all talking about the same thing. First, in terms of the vehicle, the age of the vehicle, it's a phase-in. In 2014, well, right now, you would phase out any vehicle that's over 15 years old. 2014, 12 years or older. 2015, 10 years or older. 2016, 8 years or older. 2017, 7 years or older. The 5-year mark is for if you introduce a vehicle into service for the first time, it can't be more than 5 years old.
Right.
Okay, so it's not quite that every 5 years, it's not this, there will be a phase-in along the lines of what I just outlined.
No, understood.
I'm sorry.
They're very fair on the way they take them off. They've given ample time. The 97s and older start coming off July 1, January 98s, 99s, and 2000s come off. But there's actually an enormous amount that are coming off, and the investment they're going to have to take to stay back in the game is now double from what they had before. And in addition, I have a lot of guys who wreck cars, and I had one, the car was total lost.
So when they introduce it into service, that,
when you replace
right,
it,
that's
yes,
right.
ma'am.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to put that out there, though. And I don't know, more than one of you may have mentioned, and I'm going to ask the chairman of the commission about this as well. It was our plan to have that surcharge go toward the equipment. I mean, we talked a lot about that. And now that you all are being required to get the equipment, and I know you were pleased by that because you didn't want to have it mandated, but by the same token, what are we charging that fee for? We have to ask questions about that, and I intend to ask questions about that. In addition, I will also ask some questions about the promulgation of the rules and that sort of thing. I do want to find out about that, although I do want to ask each of you separately something about your experiences to date. The reporting of the data is according to the rules that are proposed but not yet adopted, that it's a reporting every 24 hours via one electronic feed. And because I have the regs in front of me, so it's not, instantly following. It's once a day. Did you have you want to say something about that?
Yes.
And these are proposed, as I understand it, they're not yet adopted.
Yes, but even on the proposed, on the initial TSMS proposal and on the current MTS, there is a so-called back office information management system. And this is which makes the system very expensive because the payment system providers has to report in real time all information to the DCTC. And we have to pay for that reporting. Because there is the GPS doesn't work by itself because we have to buy airtime to the GPS to function. And all PSCP providers testified on last commission hearing that this is a very expensive way of doing the business because this will, who paid for it? in the first place, this is an expensive, Madam Chair, this Improvement Act is very expensive and costly because drivers were required to pay for now, as we see now, we are required to pay for the credit card machine, for the GPS, for reporting each and every trip information to DCTC, for installation, to buy insurance for this equipment, and also to buy new cars every 7 years, to have a uniform color scheme to be painted, to have a dome light. And we are doing this, all this, with them.
I don't want to identify particular things and correct each of them, but at least with respect to the color scheme will be rolled in, which is to say when you replace the car, that's when you have to comply, so that it will be on the same schedule of the replacement of the car. It's not as if everybody, once they decide on a color, will have to go out and have their car painted, okay? I mean, I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, but with the previous system, if I go to yellow might paint me for the first time for free. He can eat that cost to be associated with him, or if he come to Grand pay for the driver.
No, I'm not saying there aren't associated costs with this. I'm just trying to clarify some of the things so that we're not
the issue here is
stating them quite as dramatically as I hear them. I just want to get it correct.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, look, the problem is we are not getting any revenue from the surcharge or from the fund
I'm
collected.
not asking about that because I think that's a very fair question. In other words, the whole design of this and the reason why I put it in the legislation was that it was supposed to be part of this package deal. And now that it's not, I'm curious about what's to happen to that money. Because it's you and the passengers, you know, and I will be asking about that. But let me ask you something more general, because, you know, we've been underway with this DCTC operations for some while. I want to know, I think I know what the answer may be based on some of your testimony, but I want you to talk to me about it. How do you feel the Commission has been in hearing from the drivers as a forum for their concerns, you know, as you're out there and adapting to this new system? I mean, I want you to tell me what you think of the Commission as a Commission hearing from you. Do you think you're heard from? Do you think they listen? Do you think you have an impression that they are transparent and they're communicating with you? Tell me about that.
Well, there is an improvement, a lot of improvement. Compared to the previous Commission, we have seen a lot of improvement in this Commission. It's more civilized, to put it in short. More civilized, more democratic.
Well, I am glad to hear that, because that's what I'm detecting too. I mean, we're not certainly in paradise, but I have to say, and you know, I guess relative to some of the other members of the Council, this was somewhat new to me, and the Taxi Cab Commission in the past has always been, I don't want to be too critical here, but not a very good agency, I'll put it that way. And so I have noted changes, and all of them to the good. Again, we're not perfect or anything, but I'm glad to hear you say that. How about complaints and how they're handled? Have any complaints been brought against any of you, and how have they been handled? Do you think they've been handled fairly by the Commission? I mean, I don't know if you want to out yourself personally as somebody against whom a complaint has been brought, but, or let's say a friend who drives. Do you know anything about the complaint system? Can you say something about that?
When it comes to complaints, and I think the Tax Cab Commission is not handling this issue properly as far as I'm concerned.
You know, the notion is, and I do it too, I try to get close to the mic because you want to be heard, but they always ask that we have you come back a little bit because it gets like a reverberation in there. And
okay, sure. Okay. So, look, I'll give you a specific example.
But you were saying that you think it's being handled better now?
Well, I mean, still drivers are calling us, complaining about some of the process. But I will give you a specific example. If a driver, someone files a complaint about the driver, before even the whole process is conducted, the driver will be called into the office and his hack license will be taken away, and a paper, sort of a paper hack license or whatever the name is, will be issued to the driver, because even before he was found guilty or of those complaints. So one is that. And the other thing, what bothers me all the time is, look, I am an American citizen now. Every time I go there to renew my face card, every year, 2 years, I will be required to submit my copy of my citizenship certificate or a copy of my passport. Once I submit that one time, okay, that's legitimate, but every year, every time, every 2 years when I go there, being required to submit a copy of those documents does make me feel good as an American myself.
Well, and you're talking about renewals, so you've already been through it, right? So you're talking about renewals, so they already asked you in the past, so.
Yes, I did, but I've been doing that for so I've been driving for 16 years.
No, but what I'm saying is it's hardly the case that you would have left the country, lost your citizenship, come back and not be a citizen after you were a citizen 2 years ago. You know what I mean? I'm agreeing with you.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Right, okay, right.
Yeah,
you know, in oral argument, in legal proceedings, sometimes the judge will give what they call a softball question or a helpful question to the attorney, and the attorney sometimes doesn't get it and still fights with the bench. But, okay, go ahead.
So I'm glad you are with me on that.
We're in sync here.
Thank you very much. Okay, so, I mean, there are issues like that, and also if, look, in District of Columbia, as long as I know, I read the rules and the regulations, when someone goes to any agency to renew his business, any type of business license, it can be business or hack license, whatever, there is a regulation that you have to be submitting. That is a clean hands form.
Right.
And that clean hands form, you are only required to bring it in. If you owe the District of Columbia government $100 or more, you will not be allowed to renew or obtain a new license.
Right.
When it comes to taxi cab drivers, it's different. It doesn't matter even if you have a $25 ticket until it is still on a hearing process. So you will not be, your license will not be renewed. Instead, a paper license will be issued to you. I don't think that's fair, because the law has to be equal for everybody. Has to be in the law, in the eye of the law.
Okay.
So that are some of the things. But if you give me the chance, if I try to answer two of your previous questions regarding the clearance scheme.
But I'm going to stop now because I put us on rounds, and Councilmember Grasso's turn. So you could either answer through him and
I will do so.
Take his time, or when I come back, we can pick up.
Yeah.
Councilmember Grasso.
I don't have any questions for this panel, so continue.
Okay. Well, then go.
Okay. Then let me go back to your question of color scheme, and the other was the privacy issue. I think when it comes to the color scheme, I mean, we understand the intent of the law was just to have a uniform color scheme, and I don't think I will have a problem with that, or some of us, many of the drivers will have a problem with that. The problem we'll have is that if we are required to paint our vehicles like a rainbow color, one is costly. It takes time to paint the vehicles.
No, I don't know if we're going to have to jump back in it, but I tell you what, I'm not going for a rainbow color.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, that's done. Next.
Okay, then the privacy, the privacy issue, look, it's going to be for every 24 hours. That's true. That's what says in the proposal. If you read that proposed rulemaking further down, and this is some of the article, I mean, the point mentioned there is like, look, it says anonymous in 24 hours period. That's true. It says that. But in the meantime, it says that driver will be identified by a special number, which is a PVI number or a unique identification number. If that unique identification number is attached or associated with that driver, it doesn't make it any more anonymous, okay? So that's what we are complaining about when we say it is not anonymous, it's not being reported anonymous. And we don't have any problem to transmit or transfer those data to the Commission for, as everyone was testified here, for a policy purpose, for policy guidance purpose. But as I clearly remember, I was here attending that July 10 hearing here when this legislation was passed unanimously,
Right.
or with one exception, I don't know, that Mr. Councilmember Tony was submitted that piece of amendment that was there, and it was unanimously adopted that the information to be transferred or reported to the commission in anonymous base. So that's what we're talking about when you say it's not
Okay.
anonymous.
I want to add one, if you don't mind, Councilwoman. I want to add one technical point over here. The BOMIS, the Back Office Management Information System, is designed to integrate with the original specification of the contract which was offered to Verifone. Now, all modern taxi systems are required to integrate with this BOMIS. But if we see the original specification of that BOMIS or that contract, or I believe it on C3 section, somewhere around that, it explicitly says that the BOMIS is capable of remotely turning the meter off. This is the authority granted to the Taxi Cab Commission. Now, if every manufacturer or vendor designs its product to integrate with the BOMIS, which was the child of the original product, the original plan, we are destroyed. We are destroyed. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Abebe, you're eager, so we want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I would like to add some points on complaint on the commission.
Okay.
I was hearing from a lot of driver. There were so long lines if they want to go to renew their license and to get their face. So there is a very lengthy process there. I think I heard or I read this the last 2 days that DCTC has trying to improve this by allowing the driver to download and print the renewal form electronically and fill at home and go back to the commission. If that's implemented, there will be a lot of improvement. But up to now, up to this point, there is very lengthy process and very hectic, and even there was a driver who wrote a letter to the mayor, to the commission, to the commissioner. He has been there 2 days. At 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning. The first day he was not successful to get the chance. The second he go back again. It was very cold weather, and they were not allowed to enter the building even. Another one driver who had an old car. The car was out of service, has technical and mechanical problem, and his technician was advising to get another car. He went out, he got credit, and he got a loan, and he bought a new car, Kia 2010 or 12. And after he purchased and get painted, when he go there, DCTC denied him to renew and to put this car on the street. And the reason they gave him back and forth, finally said they would like to know why you abandoned the old car. And he's going to his council member, he's going to the Tax Cab Commission. So he's bringing a new and more fuel-efficient car to the business. I don't see any reason why we hold
Nor
it.
do I, and that sounds bizarre. I will ask you, Mr. Linton, if that's what is being done. When you come up, but not now.
Yeah, this is a daily, I hear this on daily basis.
Okay.
So this
All
is
right,
one
we're going to give
area.
Mr. Schaefer the last word. I thought you indicated you wanted to say something, because we're going to call up the next panel. No?
No.
Okay. All right.
I'm good, thank you.
Well, thank you all, and good seeing you again.
Same here.
All right,
Thanks.
now I'd like to call, please, Mr. Roy Spooner, the General Manager of Yellow Cab Company, Larry Frankel, the Chairman of Dominion of Cab Drivers, Nathan Price, the Co-Chair, Dominion, Carolyn Robinson, the Secretary, same organization.
By the way, I'd like to tell both of you council members, that the dominion of cab drivers, and, excuse me, everyone in the room too, everyone, a public message, dominion of cab drivers merged with the DC Professional Taxi Cab Drivers Association. We did this.
Well, actually, what I have here, it's me. It's Dominion of DC. Is it now both? Or
it's now
Dominion of DC Professional Taxi Cab Drivers Association.
Correct.
Okay. Nobody lost their identity, right?
No one.
Okay. So, Mr. Spooner.
Before she hits the button to give me my 5 minutes, it's going to take me a while to read this. I'll read as fast as I can. Madam Chairwoman, thanks for the opportunity to speak at today's budget hearing. The city recently legislated taxi modernization policies, but you are in reality presiding over chaos and the systematic destruction of the DC taxicab industry. I have for you or anyone who chooses to answer a number of questions that are both troubling and confusing. Why did the city not fund the DC Taxicab Commission in the upcoming budget year, especially when the city just reported a $400 million surplus? Why did the City Council shift the burden of funding the Taxicab Commission to the taxicab users by enforcing a 50 cents user tax on every taxicab ride, including customers paying with cash? Why did the city shift the full burden of installing credit cards in all taxicabs, which the city had originally agreed to pay for from the user tax, to the drivers and companies, but is unwilling to consider reasonable fees or surcharges to help offset this major expense? Why did the City Council legislate unreasonable and burdensome 7-year age limits for taxicabs that serve a 10-square-mile radius for an average of 10 hours per shift, at a time when cars are more expensive, more fuel efficient, are better built, and have longer life? Why did the City Council legislate a controversial one-color scheme for all taxicabs, even though it will not improve service, but would eliminate the highly recognized color scheme, marketing investment, and carefully built service brand of well-established taxicab companies? Why does the City Council allow the hospitality industry to have such significant influence on the privately funded taxicab industry by giving them up to 3 active members on the Taxicab Commission and the opportunity to influence new legislation and regulations? Why did the Commission write regulations that gives themselves sweeping authority to independently adjudicate customer complaints and become judge, jury, and executioner over taxicab operators and companies through intimidation and lack of due process? Why did the City Council create special legislation for one-product companies with a smartphone application to dispatch trips in the taxicab space without any requirements to have their own fleet of drivers and vehicles and a fully staffed 24-hour customer service? Why are these one-product companies or innovators allowed to provide taxicab service for only customers with credit cards, smartphones, charge automatic gratuity, and set demand pricing during peak service periods? Why are these one-product innovators not required to serve passengers who pay with cash or disabled passengers requiring wheelchair-accessible service? Why are all these one-product companies allowed to dispatch trips but are not required, as public safety policy dictates, to validate that the drivers and the vehicles that they dispatch to are fully insured, licensed, and certified in the district? Why is the city allowing the connector companies to manually enter meter fares in an unapproved handheld device that is not integrated with the meter, even though it's in a violation of Weights and Measures Handbook 44 federal law? Why are these one-product companies who serve select customers allowed to rate passengers, rate drivers, do street hails with sedans, collect money, pay drivers, make a profit from tips, but are being legislated by the City Council as connectors and not transportation companies? Why do these one-product companies claim they are competing with the taxicab industry by setting their own prices and rules, while the traditional companies are over-regulated with hastily developed policies, overburdened with illegal mandates, and over-penalized with heavy fines and enforcement? Is the city prepared for when the large taxicab companies are forced to convert their fleets to serve only credit card customers with smartphones who can pay premium prices, automatic gratuities, and no longer required to provide wheelchair-accessible service because of the dwindling customer base and losses on their investments? Is the city prepared to overlook that the one-product companies cannot integrate with the modern taxi cabs that must now accept all forms of payment, capture and report trip data, accept messaging from DCTC, have panic buttons, and provide backseat advertising? Is the city and the commission so misguided to think that the established dispatch taxi cab companies will continue to invest in fully fund fleets that the one-product companies can recruit their drivers and steal trips and income away from them? The city is not listening or considering the input from current taxi cab industry entrepreneurs that creates jobs and contributes to the city's tax base. Instead, they are listening and reacting to new entrants with deep pockets who threaten them with social media blitzes. The taxi industry may not have deep pockets, but it can organize and influence change as it did in the last mayoral election. The taxi cab industry welcomes innovation and change when it's applied fairly to all stakeholders and not a select group. Very few of the industry ideas or recommendations and solutions are ever written into final legislation or regulation. There seems to be a strong bias against the taxi cab industry that is in majority is owned and operated by minorities and immigrants. These owners, operators who built this industry are overregulated, harassed, and ignored, while these non-tax-based contributors and non-job creators who show an openly blatant disregard for the regulators and the city laws are glorified by the media and politicians as innovators and given a free pass to destroy the taxi cab industry. The new taxi cab legislation and rulemaking are being influenced by sources that are convinced that the taxi cab industry leaders are entrenched in the past and not willing to change. These same sources ignore innovations made by the industry, such as credit card acceptance, wheelchair accessible service, and digital dispatch. They are convinced that change can only be achieved with government's interference and intimidation, and are always ready to label the taxi cab industry as archaic and unsafe without any real evidence to support their claims. One last paragraph. If the City Council is really interested in modernizing and having a viable taxi cab industry that serves all customers, it should stop the overregulation and constant interference in the private sector. It should instead focus on creating a fair, open, and entrepreneurial environment that allow innovators and full-service taxi cab companies to invest and openly compete on the same level playing field with the same rules, the same reasonable regulations, same operating standards, and same service requirements. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I let you go over for a couple of reasons. One, I thought you were reading pretty quickly. But two, you were reading pretty quickly, but we could, make it out. It wasn't as if it was confusing. And it occurred to me that you could compete with any of those people who do that fine print reading at the end of a commercial. Do you ever? That's pretty good. Mr. Franco.
Yes, ma'am.
You're next.
Thank you. Thank you.
But because we indulged Mr. Spooner doesn't mean that you should be encouraged in that regard.
Oh, no, I intend to make this very short.
Okay, thank you.
And I intend to actually talk about issues that are present rather than something that may happen in the future. The DCTC is a big mess. Fancy phrases are not needed to describe
Mr.
the
Franco,
conditions.
I'm sorry, I don't want to take your time, but did you have a... Oh,
yes, I did.
Coming now.
Coming now. Thank you. Okay. Fancy phrases are not needed to describe the condition of the DCTC. The DCTC does not provide adequate service or information to the taxi industry or the public. Thank you, Carolyn. The DC...
I'm not here, by the way.
Okay. Sorry. The DCTC no longer lives up to its charter. The DCTC is broken, and I'm asking this oversight committee to take all and any actions within its power to oversee the DCTC on a daily basis in order to return the agency's functionality. Many of the problems are so severe that they affect public safety. Channel 9 News conducted a taxicab sting operation that embarrassed the DCTC to take action while the cameras were running. Many years have I complained about the lack of consistent and appropriate street enforcement by police and hack officers. This has led to hundreds of illegal taxis and drivers flooding the streets, robbing and defrauding both the legal cab drivers and the public. Many has physically attacked and hurt their riders. One such illegal driver was convicted of serial raping the women who rode with him. The DCTC continues to do nothing about this problem and even has advertised the fact several times that there is no taxi enforcement between midnight and 6 a.m. due to budget constraints. Please instruct the DCTC that this problem supersedes paying the overpriced DCTC chairman and his escalating employees. The litany of problems at the DCTC is tragic, frustrating, and should not be tolerated. I am available in any capacity to remedy these problems. Please take direct action soon. Please investigate these allegations and those who are testifying with me today. Now, I can even bring you one or two examples here while my time is still being allotted of what I'm talking about. For instance, in the last 90 days, the Taxi Cab Commission twice has issued statements and tickets to cab drivers for incorrect information on the meters. The incorrect information on the meters was what the taxi cab meter companies were instructed to put on, and once the seal is put on a meter, a taxi cab driver cannot change the time or any information on that meter. And yet, in the first time around that this happened, taxi cab drivers were fined $1,000. Now, then all the taxi cab drivers rushed to the meter companies and found that there was a lack of meter locks for these meters. Seals for these meters. In fact, on the first run of panic of these drivers, it caused all the seals to be used up. Then, just a few weeks ago, the Taxi Cab Commission once again put out an email stating that the information on these meters was incorrect and needed to be corrected, except at this point, the rush could not be accomplished. The meters could not be changed. The locks were exhausted at that point completely. So those tickets were issued to drivers. They remain issued. The Taxi Cab Commission knows that they were issued and has not taken them back. It will cause these cab drivers to spend days in lines that will eventually go to a hearing, which we expect to have these tickets discharged. But that's not the point. The point is that taxi cab drivers are being forced to use up their time from work to accomplish these issues that are not being resolved at the Commission. Now, I have a grouping of problems, anywhere from my own. It took me 10 hours to renew my cab, renew the license on the cab. 10 hours. Can you imagine that? How much would you like to be in a line for 10 hours cattled at the Taxi Cab Commission, which I was? Besides that, I can assure you and prove to you that the Taxi Cab Commission is profiling drivers, sometimes on the basis of age, sometimes on the basis of origin, sometimes on the basis of anything. If a particular officer doesn't like you, you're in trouble. So anyway, thank you. I'll continue if you ask me anything.
Thank you, Mr. Frankel. Mr. Price?
Yes. My name is Nathan Price. I'm the co-chairman and the past chairman of the DC Professional Taxi Cab Drivers. I've been driving a cab in a month or so, 41 years. This absolutely is the worst I've ever seen in the industry. I started before we had home rule. Many years before we had a DCTC. I was all in favor of home rule, because back then I was a resident of the district because I was born here. I was in favor of the Taxi Cab Commission because it gave us a form of democracy where we could shape and form that industry.
Mr. Price, I'm sorry, can I interrupt you? Did you submit a statement?
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you. I was spending time looking for it.
No. But how since then there's been a failure on all fronts. The government, the administration. The administration treats they mask this thing called modernization, and basically what it is labor exploitation. The city council has to take some weight too, because in my years, and I'm since going back to Harry Thomas Sr., the oversight has been weak. and it needs to be strengthened. The industry, they need to be accountable too, more accountable, because they haven't raised. They don't have the passion of some members of the council that I looked at when they got locked up on Capitol Hill. They need to exhibit that same passion. I have a question. Who at the DCTC is really writing these new rules and regulations? Because under the Taxi Cab Act of '85, it was supposed to have been done by the commission as a whole. The purpose of the chairperson was there just for that, to break a tie on a vote. Basically, what we've had from these rules and regulations is tantamount to the pig laws of the late 19th century. Drives right now at the Taxi Cab Commission, when you go over there and get your face card renewed, you're like in an animal pen. You stand, and at my advanced age in life, because I'll be 70 very soon, I have to stand in line for those hours. I don't want to do it. I think more about retirement, and I look at some of my friends who still have fallen to strokes and sickness from the stress. This industry right now is killing people. I would like for this commission, this body of the City Council to commission a cost analysis study of how our industry can be modernized, whether it's the equipment, whether it's the technology, or whatever it is. Because just because you want something, it costs. And at the present, the industry who was besieged by 47 months of being underpaid, they cannot afford all of a sudden 15 months of now you're saying you got some sort of an increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Robinson.
Good afternoon. I'm a little
afternoon.
disappointed you didn't welcome us. We're regulars too. But
Oh, no, didn't I? I meant to. Welcome. Good to see you all again.
all right, I just thought I'd put you on the spot.
You did.
Good afternoon, Honorable Miriam Che, Chairperson, Committee on Transportation and the Environment, and Legislative Counsel David J. Catalino, and Honorable Dave Grosso, and his Chief of Staff, Aaron Pritchard, and the other members in attendance. I have several concerns and proposed questions regarding the present performance of the D.C. Taxi Cab Commission, mainly the Office of Taxi Cabs. D.C. Official Code D.C. Statute 47-2829, issuance of licenses. E, no person shall engage in driving or operating any vehicle licensed under the terms of subsection C. The license shall be displayed within the vehicle at all times while the licensee is engaged in driving any vehicle licensed under the terms of subsection C. DCTC has been deviating and violating the DC Code. DCTC has been issuing a letter as temporary authority to operate, which is against the DC Code. I have proof that in the past, they specifically in 2006, here's 2 copies of 2 ID cards that I received in 2006 that expired August 15, 2006 and October 31, 2006 due to the Department of Motor Vehicles scheduled hearings. In the past, DCTC was issuing licenses, which is in compliance with the DC Code. Renewal form instructions, which are on the DCTC website and given to me on July 31, 2012, before the renewal process and expiration of my license on August 15, 2012. I received the first page of these requirements again on Friday, February the 22nd, by Ernest Chapa, Supervisor of the Office of Taxi Cabs, which states requirements for: you must pay all outstanding tickets against your driving permit, social security number, name, or schedule a hearing on those tickets prior to submitting your application. If a hearing is scheduled, you must provide a copy of the hearing notice displaying the scheduled date. This is my concern. I submitted my renewal application on August the 14th, 2012, with the DMV e-TIMS printout indicating 3 camera tickets were in mail adjudication, and DMV clearance date was March 2013. I have been issued 2 letters and have not received my ID card as of yet. 2 of the tickets were dismissed. One issued December 31st, 2011, and the other issued January the 21st, 2012. And by the way, they were just taken off the record in 2013. The other infraction I paid online, receiving a text message and a written correspondence from DMV finding me liable. I attempted to resolve the situation on Friday, February the 22nd, 2013, to no avail. I called DCTC before making the trip to the office to ensure that I would be able to pick up my license. I was told I had to bring proof and come at 8:30 to inquire, to return that afternoon to receive my license. Now, it is my understanding that DMV and DCTC computers were coordinated, so I questioned what type of proof I could furnish that was not already readily available in the system. I arrived at 2:30 p.m. and requested Sharon McEnnis, supervisor of the PVHIs, for a DMV ETIMS printout, which showed a financial summary and total amount due 0. I proceeded to the driver service office with proof requesting to receive my ID card. I saw Mr. Chapa when I entered the office and expressed to him that I had a concern, but he assured me that I shouldn't have any problems receiving my license, and if I did, he would take care of the situation. I was told to return Monday, today, February the 25th, to receive my license, which in my opinion was senseless, since my renewal was August the 15th, 2012, and it is apparent the Office of Taxicabs is operating on how it sees fit. DCTC has more staff now, especially with the newly hired 10 FTEs since Chairman Linton's arrival. More employees and less production. I spoke to the Assistant General Counsel, Erin Johnson, requesting the written policy for the issuance of licenses, but she referred me to David Person, who is a paralegal specialist. I knew he was not knowledgeable, and I probably had more documents regarding the taxicab requirements and regulations since I've been a public service vehicle operator since 1975 and have been an advocate since the D.C. Taxicab Establishment Act of 1985 when the first chairman was Aaron Dixon. Just have another paragraph. It is difficult.
But it's a really long paragraph.
Yeah, but you understand me. It is difficult to get information in a timely manner in order to get an appointment with the General Counsel. You must email and state the nature of your business and wait for a response. Apparently, this agency is not open and transparent and has no intentions of operating effectively. Councilmember Che, you and Anthony are familiar with me testifying regarding any issue involving taxicabs, which presently appears to be the demise of the industry for small business owner-operators. Republishing the amendments in Title 31 has been an ongoing process that does not seem to end. Too many mistakes take place, changing General Counsel. Under Chairman Linton, there have been 3 of them. Freedom of Information Act requests go unanswered. Questions I posed during full commission, general commission, special commission meetings were only answered once after requests 6 months earlier. I have budget questions that I will submit by email. The agency needs oversight, and policies and practices that exist presently need to be amended. The drivers are only informed by happenstance, which is very unacceptable. It seems business as usual at DCTC, doing whatever it sees fit on any given day. Who has control in this question? Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you all very much. I don't have many questions, but I do want to, because I want to focus on my questions to Mr. Linton based upon everything that all of you said. But Mr. Frankel, I wanted to get to your testimony in particular. Obviously, what you've testified to is of extraordinary concern, and I want to know if you have any further information about these illegal drivers and the crimes that they may be committing?
Sure. I would love to have you in my cab at midnight on Friday or Saturday.
I just I'm
glad to point out the hundreds
maybe at 8 I could go at.
Well, 8 They're not, because most of the legal cab drivers are still out at 8, and the illegals are fairly intimidated of us legal ones, because there's been a few incidents of vigilantism now since it's gotten to go this far.
Well, let me see. I want to see if I understand something. I mean, are we just talking about the new class, or are we talking about taxis from other jurisdictions? Because the rule is that the sedan service may not do street hails.
I'm not even talking sedans.
You're talking,
I am talking
okay.
taxi cabs that are painted as DC taxi cabs that are not.
So they might be painted yellow like a yellow cab?
They might be. Now, they're not usually taking any particular colors. But they originally they did. Several years ago, they made themselves look like cabs. Now it's gotten to be so outrageous, they know that there's no enforcement out there. They're putting all sorts of strange taxi cab company names. I think I saw, well, one has personal tags, illegal personal tags on his car that say Icon Cab. And he's from Virginia. He's not even Icon Cab of D.C., for instance. Now, this has been a major problem, but besides that problem, we'd also add the categories that you suggested. One, secondly, there's out-of-jurisdiction cabs that are picking up our fares. And third, there's sedan and limos that are also stopping for flags. Now, that was documented by Channel 9 News, showing that 3 Uber drivers actually stopped for flagged fares and then were ticketed. But this is the normal stance of being ticketed. Doesn't happen. I mean, every night, I work midnight to 6 and 7 in the morning, just about every day.
And there's no enforcement during those hours?
There is no enforcement. Myself and other cab drivers that are here then can testify. We have called the police. We stop the police. We point out these cabs. Now, the police usually tell us unless they can see an offense occurring, in other words, they see that they picked up a fare, they can't stop them. So the Taxi Cab Commission must be out there. Now, over the years that I've testified, especially under the DCTC presently, the excuse is budget problems. Now, how does a budget problem oversee the protection of the public? Because the public gets into my cab and they complain about serious charges, not even necessarily being overcharged. I have women who take my cab specifically at night because they have been abused by illegal cab drivers. And this must stop.
Can I add something to that?
Yes, sir.
We've brought up this issue of the no enforcement overnight. You were in Georgetown Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We were in Georgetown doing a check on the Uber side. I have some pictures to prove, and I sent some information out to your staff and to the commission about the receipt that I know Uber promised you they were going to do the 20% gratuity, wasn't going to be there anymore. You remember they said they weren't going to do a 20% automatic gratuity?
Well, I was just asking Anthony.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying I sent some information because they are still doing it. But on the issue of the enforcement, we have a picture, and I sent it to Ms. McInnes of the enforcement over at the DCTC, of a Virginia car operating with an H-tag, black sedan. Customer walks out of the Apple store and says, "Are you Uber?" The man says, "Yes," jumps in the car. That's operating all over the place. So Mr. Franklin is saying, I've seen on K Street, because as a taxi cab owner-operator, I do drive the city to see what's going on. There's an unmarked car. It's unmarked, driving by MPD up and down K Street, around where the ladies of the evening are. And MPD, I stopped the MPD and said, "Could you address that?" He asked me if I showed him my business card. He said, "I'm a snitch. Why are you snitching on the driver trying to make some money?" And I said, "May I have your number, because I'd like to know why you're not doing your job." Illegal. He has no markings on the car. H-tag, driving around. Okay? But this is what happens now this issue with the black sedans, we've seen customers, the same customers who are saying they want public safety, sedans are stopping at the side of the street, and people are jumping into them. They have no idea who is driving that vehicle. And the customers are jumping in and taking these vehicles for whatever price they can. But it's
you
happening.
don't know that they didn't have an app and call for that sedan, do you?
When you're putting your hand up like that and the black
there
sedan
was a
stops,
hail. I'm sorry.
and you jump into the vehicle,
I
you
didn't hear
didn't
you
have
say
an
that.
app.
I thought you just said.
No, we're talking about real street hails. The black sedans,
Okay.
when the business runs out, and we know because we run a real-life system. We know when when things are going bad and
Right.
everybody's cruising the street.
Okay. No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say
No,
that.
they're doing street hails.
Let me ask you, Ms. Robinson, first, and then I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Grosso. I was just curious about something. Could you drive during the meantime when you were still trying to work through this bureaucratic stuff with the taxi commission? Were you prohibited from driving when you couldn't get that renewal license?
Well, personally with me, knowing that I was allowed to operate under their little so-called guidelines, but several people got in my vehicle and they see that, you know, my license expired August 2012, and they're wondering, what am I still doing?
Nice.
You know, why you're illegal, you know. And then when you explain, well, they issued me this letter, you know.
So folks would actually ask you about that?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because, you know, we're supposed to have them in display, you know, and they'll say, you know, one lady says, well, I shouldn't pay you because your license isn't up to date. You know, and I had to accept that. What could I say? What could I say? Well, the chairman says these letters are, you know, oy vey.
Well, Mr. Linton probably has the fare he's going to reimburse you. I'm not sure. He's not smiling, though. Well, thank you. Mr. Grosso, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. I'm just curious, maybe you can explain it to me, Ms. Robinson. How did they not know, like, this traipsing back and forth to DMV to get your record or print it out, is there no connection with the computer systems that you're aware of? Because that's something we could help them improve, or what?
Well, supposedly, I thought that all of the computers after Octo came into existence, that everybody was supposed to be in sync. Now, whether that really
we're working
occurs,
on that. I've talked to other agencies where there are these clean hands requirements, and I think they are trying to connect them. It would be something I think the committee should follow up with in every agency that we have any kind of approval process with. Yes, sir.
When Betta Ann Kane wrote the Taxi Cab Act, and she started back in 83, 84, when it came about, the Taxi Cab Commission was created to be a one-stop center. Even back then, the computers could connect.
Yes.
But nothing changed. Instead of the process getting shorter, the process became longer.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And can we, just a second, can we, I mean, I also wonder, I mean, these 10-hour waits and stuff, it just seems like that's management.
2 days.
And, you know, we need to figure that out. And, I know the committee's on it, and I think we just need to stay on it as much as we can to figure out how we can shorten that. That's just, I know it's not an easy thing with lots of, people trying to get their licenses. Now, the Taxi Cab Commission issues you the license, and so you got to go there first and get kind of all the paperwork in line, and then go somewhere else and get your clean hands, and then go back and all that.
Yes.
That's a common issue, with a lot of our agencies, and we just have to stay on top of them, I think. And you mentioned, Mr. Price, you mentioned that just the fact that there needs to be more oversight, and more kind of, double down on commitment to seeing that this stuff gets turned around. And, I'm going to work on that and help out with the committee as much as I
I
can.
appreciate it, because myself, for the past 20 years, I've gotten my license turned around in 24 hours, always within, sometimes the same day. When I went over today and I saw the line, there's about 30 people in line, and then in the little room, there's about 12 to 15.
Right.
To me, I said, at my age, I'd rather quit. I mean, this business has really gone down the tubes.
There should actually be provisions in place for you as somebody who's older to go through it in a speedier fashion, in fact. And then we do that in DMV.
No, not for cars.
For a driver's license, you do.
I thought since Mr. Linton was a senior citizen also, he would have a little mercy, but evidently he didn't.
Mr. Spooner, you've given me a whole lot of questions to ponder here. You are a quick reader, but there's a whole lot for me to think about, and I appreciate that. I will note, that the issue about people being picked up on the street that aren't licensed to do so is a safety issue. That's something that I'm very concerned about as well. The reason why there's licensing in place and regulations in place is that, you can ensure the safety of the people that are getting into the cabs, as well as the viability of the business. I will note with Uber, and I don't know the other ones, but I have used Uber before, and, sometimes when you push them in on the app, and you're on the street, you then have a sedan or something come up, you have to wave them down just because you are the client, getting them, and they'll call out your name and say, but I'm sure it happens both ways, but in my experience, I've put my hand up every single time when I've, gotten one. It's only been a couple times, but, when I've gotten one. So I think open communication here and trying to work out how we can all coexist is really important. And trying to figure out the best way for our city to move forward in modernizing. One of you called for, a study on how to make it, advance our, kind of cab industry. I think we've been studying it a lot. I'd like to see the credit card machines in place as fast as possible. I'd like to see, some uniformity around GPS and mapping, and I know you're all working towards that. And so anyway, I just commit to work with you all and continue to move this forward.
Can I respond for 1 second?
Absolutely, please.
I know I read fast, but you have a printed copy of it.
Yeah, I do. That's what I was saying.
What surprises me as I come to these hearings, and I keep saying it, no one is really listening. We can speak from a level of authority because we've had GPS and all the stuff we're hearing about for 6 years. We've been accepting credit cards for 6 years. I can tell you where every one of my cabs are at any time. But the issue here that I'm talking about is this council has created chaos. It's not that Mr. Linden doesn't want to issue these licenses and stop jerking these people around. He has to mandate to go get more black sedan cars on the street. He had that mandate to work with, and the taxi cab drivers suffer because they had to join the line. Now the lines are long. I'm not here to protect our business. I want an equal playing field, and this council is not listening. I want an equal playing field. I want the 20% gratuity that you're giving Uber. I want them to have the same receipt requirements that I have to follow. What Mr. Frankel spoke about, it's my drivers are being targeted. It's yellow cab drivers who are being targeted.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. I don't have any further questions, so thank you for coming and testifying. At this time, I'd like to call, please, Mr. Ron Linton, the chairman of the District of Columbia Taxicab Commission. Mr. Linton, I'm sorry, could you please stand? And anybody else who's going to possibly testify? Raise your right.
And my counsel, Mr. Lerner.
Okay. Well, we'll identify them for the record as soon as we get started. But if you would all raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony that you're about to give to this committee and to the District of Columbia Council is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Linton, you have a statement.
That's correct.
And I want to make sure I have your statement, which I don't seem to have. Do you have copies?
You didn't get copies?
I don't have copies. We don't have, the committee doesn't have copies. Do me a favor. Akima Benjamin, she's the clerk of the committee. Would you, Akima, could you possibly get, do you have enough copies to both testify and let us make a copy?
You got a copy. You got a copy with you? What's that?
No.
You got a copy?
Written on.
I'll use yours to do that.
Okay, perfect. And so,
That's all right.
Akima, would you mind running and getting, like 5 copies or something? But we needn't wait, and so whenever you're ready to testify.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just pay especially close attention to you. I'll pay especially close
Okay.
attention to you.
I'll talk slow.
No, speed it up, actually.
All right. I am Ron Linton, Chairman of the D.C. Taxi Commission. I have on my left Mr. Ernest Charuppa, Director of Driver Services, Mr. Jacques Lerner, who is the General Counsel, Ms. Doris Benson, our Budget Officer. When I assumed this position of Chairman on August 1st, 2011, the local taxi industry faced public displeasure with its service, and the DCTC lacked community confidence in an aging taxi fleet, lacked non-cash payment operations, and the Commission had limited administrative resources. 1.5 years later, with the support of the City Council, which passed legislation to provide a policy foundation, and with the Mayor Ray's vision and leadership, the DC taxi industry is moving into the 21st century. In 2011, we developed a taxi smart meter system known as TSMS, which would have had all DC taxis outfitted with the capability to accept non-cash payments by last fall, had not legal objections to the procurement process occurred. This protest extended the time to install a non-cash payment system in our taxis beyond what was acceptable to the administration and the citizens of the district. Furthermore, the conditions in the marketplace changed dramatically. When I initially assumed the chairmanship, there was a single electronic dispatch company available for drivers. There are now 6 and possibly as many as 10 such companies vying for the DC market. It became clear that to adapt to changing technology and to be flexible enough to respond to any additional changes, we were required to adopt to provide a non-cash payment system in our taxis, to our taxis. The Commission believes that a competitive marketplace is the most efficient means to achieve the objective of providing non-cash payments to DC taxicab passengers. We also believe that allowing providers and users a choice is the best way to assure service quality. Taxi cab owners will select from competing payment service providers, or PSPs, and digital reservation systems. Passengers will choose how to pay and what class of service to use. These PSPs will be approved by the Commission to ensure they meet the requirements for the protection of the consumer. We are also examining alternatives to the per-trip surcharge as a means for obtaining revenue necessary to oversee the industry and provide public safety and consumer protection rather than institute a per-trip surcharge. The PSPs would obtain a certificate of operating authority from the Commission for an annual fee for each vehicle in their inventory system. In addition, PSPs would be allowed to charge a transaction fee to be divided between the PSP, the taxi company, the vehicle driver, to help offset any costs to the taxi company of obtaining their new payment requirements. We are, and even after I had prepared this statement, Council began to show us problems with the legalities of how we're approaching. This is a very fluid situation. We are moving to try to find the formula, and we believe we can, in which not only driver owners and owners of vehicles do not pay for the cost of the systems that they have to have, but actually we are looking for a way to enhance their revenue. And we believe that that's possible to the degree of maybe even 5–6% of the average taxi cost. We also, in this formula, have to find a means to provide a reasonable return on investment to the PSPs and the digital service companies, and do this without raising the amount of money paid by passengers to the point where it becomes prohibitive. We think that can be held to less than 5% range, and in doing this, removing what is very obnoxious to most passengers, as they tell us in our surveys, extra charges of all kinds. But in removing the extra charges may not reduce what they're paying against the average charge, but at least it's a more easier opportunity, a better service ride, and the entire service goes up to make it worthwhile to pay that slightly additional cost. I cannot tell you at this sitting exactly how that formula is going to work, but that's the process that we're working for, which we hope to achieve before the 30-day comment period ends in March. And that's the arrangement we're trying to get to. Now, speaking of the surcharge, and there obviously is something missing here. It never was, from my standpoint or from the Commission's standpoint, put forth that the surcharge was to be used and would only pay for the TSMS that was going to be put into the system. Right. That seems to have come about by media intervention or by just general conversation. I noted at the time that we first raised all of that for 15 years the City Council, for whatever its reasons, failed to provide adequate funding for this commission to meet the requirements that the City Council was in fact putting on them. When I became chairman of this commission, the appropriation was $1.8 million. That provided for 14 hack inspectors, a general counsel, and 6 clerks and a chairman. Now, since that time, when we looked at this, we said half of the people who ride in the taxi cabs that come into the District of Columbia, ride in the District of Columbia taxi cabs, do not live in the District of Columbia, so they're paying no taxes to the District of Columbia. And a significant number of people, I don't know the percentage, but a significant number of people who live in the district don't use taxi cabs. So when you take the money out of the general fund, out of the income tax receipts, or out of the sales tax receipts, or whatever receipts you have, the person who never uses a taxi cab is actually subsidizing the people who use it who don't pay any taxes in the district. So it became, it seems, and it was accepted, that what we would do is put the cost of managing the system on the users and the providers, and that the revenues that the DCTC would receive from the surcharge and the other fees that it receives would be the only source of income that the DCTC would have to conduct its business. Now, at the same time, the requirements on the DCTC substantially increased. And I would say all of those who have testified are certainly welcome to their opinion. They're not a welcome to their facts. When I hear people talk about all these people who have been added to the staff, when in fact we still have 14 hack inspectors, and we have, instead of 6 clerks, we have an additional 3 or 4 people that are doing specialized activities in there. We are confronted right now, and have been for some time, with a demand to increase drivers, which we started in the limousine area. We have 3 individuals available to service drivers, when in fact we need 6. This morning we were allocated 2 more from another agency on a detail basis. We had insufficient space to do this. We're now in the process of getting new space on the 4th floor of this privately owned building that the district leases that we believe will accommodate the 200 to 300 drivers a day that come through there for services. Now that's the reality what we're dealing with. You can take away the surcharge, but if you do, you're going to have to replace it with somewhere in the neighborhood of $4 to $6 million in general fund if you want the same services that the law requires that we do. There was a great deal of discussion here today about midnight to 8 a.m. It has been well known, every taxi driver in the region The ones that are in district, the ones that are in Prince George's, the ones that are in Montgomery County, the ones in Virginia. They're not, these people aren't dumb people. They're very smart people. They know exactly what our schedules are. We do not have the resources to provide the coverage over the really difficult times of midnight to 3 a.m. Now, occasionally we put together on an overtime basis and a special effort that we go out there and we do something. We're working with the Metropolitan Police Department. We've improved the relationship and the cooperation, and we have a good deal more to do. Because when it comes to the illegal cabs from outside the district, in order to effectively control them, we need to have the Metropolitan Police Department make the arrest. We can impound the car, but we need to have them make the arrest. Now, as far as difficulties in those vehicles, let's not overlook the fact that between January and June of this year, we had 6 of our D.C. drivers arrested for assaults on their passengers. We have a number of complaints that come in from passengers who have complained about the physical treatment and the verbal treatment that our drivers, our certified drivers, have. Those are the ones we deal with. And the complaint process is only initiated when we have a complainant, when we have somebody who is willing to sign their name that something happened. We start the complaint process with a mediation process where the driver is talked to about what has gone on and presented the facts. In 80% of those cases, the drivers and the mediator arrive at a solution, an agreement on how the matter is to be resolved. And the 20% of the cases where it does not, the matter is taken to the Office of Administrative Hearings and due process, and all of the required legalities are followed with testimony, with witnesses, and with the presentation. I'll go back to my statement. The Commission no longer receives general tax funds. We are now only supported by user fees. Thus, the cost to manage the taxi industry is borne by the riders of taxis rather than D.C. taxpayers. We are moving as rapidly as possible to implement non-cash payments through the legally required process of publishing proposed rulemaking for comments, conducting public hearings, and making changes as warranted. Hopefully as early as May, and no later than June, the installation of non-cash systems will begin in all D.C. taxis with a completion by late August. The original TSMS incorporated other elements, a safety mechanism to contact police or medical personnel, driver verification, GPS routing for the passenger, and a passenger information monitor to offer news, local currents, events, and advertising. Careful study of the means to achieve these service improvements has led us to the decision to grant the advertising rights to the PSPs who would provide the necessary equipment to vehicle owners without charge and offer a share of the advertising revenue to the drivers. Thus, we are seeking to achieve the same thing as the one-vendor TSMS approach, that is, modernization at no cost to the drivers and cab owners, and quality service for passengers at a reasonable charge. The requirement to install a common dome light on all D.C. taxis is proceeding on schedule. The implementation will dovetail with the installation of the cashless systems. Riders will recognize that a taxi is available by the, quote, taxi for hire, quote, message in scrolling LED lights on the monitor. Since the Commission will hold the patent for the dome light, it will only be displayed on a properly licensed D.C. taxi. The dome light will include a Commission-issued 4-digit vehicle identification number. Thus, it should be easier for a passenger denied service to identify a taxi by that number when making a complaint. We expect the new dome light to curtail the number of failure-to-haul violations and assist with enforcement against illegal taxi operators. The Commission responded to the Council's requirement for a uniform color scheme by composing a panel of commissioners to oversee a process to make color recommendations. The panel recently recommended a single color of red. That is under review now by the full commission. We will have to determine whether to accept or modify the recommendation and develop a design to include the legislatively mandated requirement for the DC emblem. We will also have to determine the placement and appearance of such other items as company name, phone numbers, and the commission certification label. Regulations will have to be drafted and published for comment. A public hearing is required before any DC taxis will have to adopt a new uniform color scheme. It is our plan that as of July 1, when over 900 vehicles are to begin being removed from service, the rules pertaining to the new color scheme will be in place to mandate replacement vehicles to be painted in the uniform color. Now, as you pointed out, I think to one of the earlier people testifying, this is not going to require that every owner of the 7,000 vehicles now operating as taxi cabs be painted within some 30-day period after that's adopted. They will be in that color when they acquire new vehicles, whenever they require or have to require them if they're phasing them out. It will take nearly 5 years before all the vehicles and the taxi cab fleet in the District of Columbia will actually be in that color. The creation of a new class of vehicles, sedans, prompted a review of the industry. Our regulations previously dealt with rules for two classes of vehicles, either taxis or limousines. However, we see the industry evolving to different levels of service. Instead of the vehicles, we look at it as luxury service and standard service. The luxury service being limousines and sedan, the standard service being the taxi cabs that we're familiar with. It has become apparent that it would be more efficient to issue a single license and allow drivers to elect the type of service vehicle they wish to operate. Thus, our training program that is under development and is expected to be completed within the next 60 days will offer a comprehensive curriculum to obtain a single vehicle for hire license. New applicants will then have one license and they will be able to drive any one of the vehicles that is certified by the Commission as a public vehicle for hire. Soon we hope to allow new cars to be registered for sedan service. We have ascertained, however, that we will keep the L designation for that license plate so that the sedans can go between the sedan service type of activity and a limousine type of service. We intend to undertake a review and research of the market to determine an appropriate level for the number of public vehicles for hire to serve the district. The Disability Advisory Committee has been formed and begun the process to develop a wheelchair accessibility report for the Council. We are grateful that the Advisory Committee has been allowed to adjust their due dates for delivering their report to April 15th. I would have to tell you that I am disappointed that discussions with WMATA to induce targeted use of DC taxis that would have increased the number of wheelchair accessible vehicles did not bear fruit. We are reaching out to OSA to hold discussions regarding the transportation of special education students. A partnership with that agency could produce cost savings for the district and increase the number of accessible vehicles in the city. We will keep you advised on our process on that. We are opening conversations with DC Public Schools to develop a high school level taxi cab driver training course. The DCPS course could certify that graduates can be licensed to drive public vehicle for hire and would allow them to apply for their licenses without having to go through the course that we've established. The Commission has not been able to implement the surcharge because of statutory requirements and therefore still faces unfunded mandates that cannot be met, such as instituting a discount program for low-income drivers, establishing incentives for increasing wheelchair accessibility within the fleet, and implementing a jitney service for underserved areas of the city. The Commission is concerned that the statutory language creating the Consumer Fund may be interpreted to allow revenue that is generated by the Commission programs to be used for non-taxi purposes, and I would hope the committee would look at that. The commission is studying the concept to provide services to areas traditionally underserved by taxis. We are considering allowing an approved 7-passenger van with a DCTC licensed driver to serve a defined geographic area. Within this defined area, a continuous flow of passengers would be picked up and dropped off at a fixed price that would likely be under $2. Passengers who need to travel outside of the area would be dropped off at a taxi stand or a metro station. The jitney service would operate in several designated neighborhood zones. We are committing to ensure DC public vehicles for hire are operated and supervised by qualified individuals who adhere to a high standard of customer service and agree to abide by our regulations. We need to educate passengers to be aware of their rights. Our responsibility is to ensure a fair price for an acceptable service and ensure the economic viability of the industry. Thank you for this opportunity to share this update, and I am prepared to answer any questions for the committee at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Linton. And first of all, let me thank you for all the work that you've put into this. I know it's been difficult, all the little twists and turns, and you know, I appreciate the fact that you're serving in this position. I do have some questions, and we'll do 10-minute rounds, but I'm going to ask Anthony to do 10 minutes on his phone since, oh wait, we still have a clerk. We're going to lose the clerk soon, but she's here still now. Let me get to the business about the credit card machines and the rest of that and the surcharge and that. It was always understood, at least from our end of things, that the surcharge was not all about buying this equipment. It was to be a source of funds for the commission to finance the commission, to upgrade the commission.
Thank you. Good. I appreciate it.
Right. But at least part of it was to pay for the equipment.
That is correct.
Right. But the situation that we have now is that the drivers are paying for the equipment.
Not necessarily. Hopefully not, as I said.
No. I know what you're projecting, but right now, don't they have to go and get the equipment right now?
Right at this moment, if they go get it? Mm-hmm. They don't have to go and get it right at this moment. That's their option. They're not mandated at this point. They won't be mandated until this regulation is adopted.
I see.
So anyone going out and getting equipment now is doing it on their own volition.
Okay, and they understand that, so that they won't be reimbursed or anything like that, right?
I assume they do understand.
Okay. So when they are required to go get it, which will be at the end of March, is that correct?
No, I think it's, you know, the process, we just, the publishing of the regulation for the first time occurred on the 8th of February, right? And then we held a public hearing. We have 30 days before the written comment period ends. That's as of the 8th of March, and then we go through where we have to review the changes. Council will review the changes, and I think it's unrealistic not to expect that major changes will be made.
So
that
we're talking
requires that
summer?
we will have to republish.
Summer.
I hope that we will reach a final adoption in May, so that we can begin installation in June.
But it's at that point, you think you have some magic bullet, some scheme that you're going to come up with.
That's not magic, it's just pure economics.
Okay. It's all magic to me.
Oh, okay.
No, but you have some idea, but you didn't actually share the idea because you said that it's very fluid and it's developing and you know, but wait now. I'm just trying to find out how this is going to work. So you're pretty confident. You have enough information that you'll be able to get out of this rollout idea not only the cost of the system, but you said, and I'm quoting here, that it would produce revenue. Is that via advertisement? Is that what?
Well, that's part of it. That's a part of the potential. But basically, what we're trying to do is develop the formula where, in the end, instead of the drivers and owners of vehicles having paid for it, they will find enhanced revenue coming to them.
Okay, so we're thinking about paying for the equipment, the cost of the equipment, and then paying for their share of the credit card fee, the fee that's associated with each
The
transaction?
anticipation is that there would be no transaction fee.
There would be no transaction fee, so it would be effectively costless to the driver.
Better than that, we would hope that they would see an enhancement in their revenue of maybe as much as 5%.
Now, that being the case, we would still have a surcharge.
Yes, but the surcharge is unlikely to be 50 cents. It's more likely to be 25 cents.
Okay. And that 25 cents, you think that the legislation is not clear enough that that could be swept into the general fund and not devoted to the commission?
There's a word used in the statute that says allocated to the fund. There's a question about who gets to allocate. And there's a concern that perhaps an agency of the executive branch might determine what can be allocated and what can't be allocated.
They would never do some, oh, well, we better change that language. Okay, so that's that part of it. I do want to turn, though, and there is a connectedness here. You were saying that it's well known, and the drivers were saying that it's well known, that there's no taxi enforcement between midnight and 6 a.m.
That's correct.
Now, you also said something else, and I'm not sure why we haven't done this till now. When I have problems, for example, in my ward where there's some steady violation, people are acting with impunity, I ask the commander to flood the area with resources or to devote attention to that area. They do that, a lot of tickets are issued, people start behaving. It does fade after a while once people then start to realize, well, maybe no one's there. So why is it we haven't devoted enforcement, spot enforcement, to these time periods so that people, it's not a kind of a, a kind of open season for these illegal cabs?
Why don't we do spot enforcement?
Yeah.
Well, number one, we do. For example, I heard a previous witness testify something about being embarrassed by Channel 9 doing this enforcement, but in fact, what they were doing was piggybacking on our spot enforcement. We made something like 16, 18 arrests during that period, issued a number of tickets. We've made spot enforcements at the Union Station. We do spot enforcements. Let me give you an example of the difficulties. This is not a direct analogy between working with enforcement in the public vehicle for hire industry and general criminal problems. First of all, our drivers, the ones we certify, they get ticketed for civil violations. They are not criminals. There are no misdemeanor or felony arrests made by hack inspectors. They're being charged with violating the rules they agreed to follow. And we don't look at them, and I better not find a hack inspector that looks at them as criminal violators. That's not what they are. The criminal violators are the ones who are operating a vehicle that they're pretending is a district certified taxi cab, or they're operating a vehicle that's licensed in another area that has no business being in the district, picking up and dropping off on that. Those are criminal violations, and we do summon the MPD. And we're also figuring out a way where we might be able to deal with them just shy of having to make an arrest. We just recently, for example, we found a operator of a vehicle who actually advertises on the web and takes telephone calls to his own personal cell phone and charges, in one case we found where he charged $95 to a couple for about a 12-block ride. He lost his vehicle.
But it was a heck of a ride.
It was a heck of a ride, yes. Well, and he intimidated, and when they wouldn't want to pay, threatened to call the police. I wish they had let him. He paid $3,000 in fine and had his vehicle impounded. And if he's on the street again, he'll be arrested.
Now,
we are taking those kind of steps.
Have you been able to sit down with Chief Lanier and to talk about how we can get more active involvement by MPD? So, for example, when these drivers are out there and they see right in front of them something that has happened, it wouldn't take much for the police to come out and, investigate or to maybe follow that same vehicle. If it's, as one person described, they're wandering up and down the street waiting to pick up a fare.
Well, we have had, Madam Chair, we've had a number and continuing contacts and discussions with a variety, mostly with the patrol section. But the Metropolitan Police Department has its own set of issues and priorities and activities that they follow. So they're not always ready and available to respond. What we have pleaded with drivers to do is when they see, and they tell me we see the same car over and over again, well, get the identification, get the tag number, get a description, give it to us. Be our eyes and ears. We can't be every place at all the time. And you turn those over to us. We won't hesitate to go after them and find them. And if
well,
we can
but
get
getting back to MPD, though, MPD is an executive agency. We have a mayor. We have a city administrator. It seems to me that a meeting could be held to see whether there could be better cooperation, because I'm not convinced that there could not be.
There is, and we're building it.
Okay, and then, this, the testimony with respect to the drivers themselves, and you might be getting into pseudo-taxi or whatever it might be called, and these are the very same people who might be engaging in criminal acts, particularly with respect to women. Now, what is your information about that? I mean, give me some dimensions of what's going on out there.
Well, we get about 150 passenger complaints a month on average. And about 80% of those are from women who have either been verbally vilified or have actually been physically pushed around by the drivers.
How many did you say, and how often?
About 150 on average a month.
A month?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And when you get those kinds of complaints, and there was a case that was in Ward 3, and I never saw the resolution of it, that involved a rape of a woman.
That's a criminal case. That doesn't come to us. That goes to the
what about
police
those
department,
criminal
and that's
cases?
under investigation.
Okay. Now, what about the criminal behavior? Are you really strangers to one another? Do you have no idea, or is there no data that comes to you about how illegal taxis in particular, are being used as a way to criminally assault or otherwise attack passengers?
When the police department responds, when a patrol car responds to a call for assistance for an assault, and they make an arrest, it's done at the district level. Their reports at the present time do not record the perpetrator's occupation. So the arresting officer doesn't make any notation. And we're trying to work out with the police department and the U.S. Attorney a way that we will receive automatic information when there is a case papered on the basis of an assault on a passenger in a public vehicle for hire.
Well, for sure, because I assume we would want to take that person off the road.
Well, we have. As a matter of fact, we don't get much publicity or credit for that. We have one right now that's pending that was a driver who was convicted of assault, simple assault, was in Superior Court, and his license has been suspended, and he's before OAH, and we expect that they will rule for us shortly on a indefinite suspension of his license.
All right. I don't know why I put limits, because I evade them every time.
Madam Chairman, you realize you just gave us the authority for revocation and suspension.
Right, I do know
so
that.
We're using them now.
Okay, but I have to follow my own rules. It's very hard. But Mr. Grasso,
always follow the rules.
I'm sorry to be an inconvenience to you. I want to follow up on that line of questioning anyway. The suspension of licenses, you couldn't do that before?
The suspension of licenses before the new laws were adopted were a bit archaic in terms of what could happen.
And when was it adopted?
This last year.
In beginning of 2012?
Yeah, well, summer of 2012. They just went into effect.
Were there any suspensions last year?
There were no suspensions in the history of this commission until we started suspending this year.
Were there any last year?
No.
None. But there were 6 assaults by licensed drivers? Is that what you said?
This year.
That's already this year. And you're working on suspensions for all those people, you think?
No, we have, you don't move on them until they're convicted.
Okay, so they can continue to
They have to go
drive.
through due process. We've only had one reported conviction at this
Okay,
point.
and so they continue to drive in the meantime?
Until they're convicted.
Until they're convicted. You can't even do a temporary suspension.
Well, counsel, can we do a temporary suspension? I
It
think
would
there's a
seem
due
like an
process
appropriate
problem there.
act. I mean, but...
Well, the problem is that they haven't had their trial yet.
Right.
Their position is
pending
they're
trial,
innocent.
you could... All right, well, we could talk about this off the record, but I'd love to learn more about that. The other question I have, about around the enforcement side of these things, and you're talking about not being able to do it at nighttime, have you ever thought of just moving the shifts around a little bit? So like on Tuesday night, maybe you do it, and Thursday, and rather than, because it seems to me like the best approach would be to do it when there are criminal acts or illegal acts happening.
Unfortunately, Councilman, our drivers are all unionized, and there's a union contract. And the differential, as well as the overtime, would not allow us to do that under very many times before we had exhausted our budget.
I see. So the resources aren't there, not because you can't hire more people, because you can't move these people around from...
That's correct. But once the surcharge goes into effect, once the system goes into effect, we will have the revenues, and we will be doubling the size of our hack force. We will have a 24/7 coverage of the city. We will have a whole new different approach to how we enforce, and the enforcement will be aimed principally against what we call the invasion cabs and the illegal cabs.
So going back to, sorry to bounce around a little bit, but also I guess there was about 180 complaints last year for refusal to haul. Is that right? And there was 78 resulted in a fine or some kind of suspension.
I can't give you that off the top of my head.
That's
but,
what was in your. And I'm just curious.
It sounds a little low to me.
Can you talk about, well, if somebody else know the numbers maybe that can help you? Because what I'm getting at here is I'm just curious, again, my own education here, I'm just curious about whether or not this is typical of a jurisdiction of our size or not. What I'm going to do with the taxi cab, kind of thoughtfulness and oversight is continue to benchmark and figure out what's going on around the country and world on these things. And this is one area where I think, we could go a lot to learn from other jurisdictions. So is there someone else on your team that can answer this?
Yes, but he's not here with us. Our mediation officer would have that detail, and we can get it for you.
All right.
Make a note of that.
Perhaps you can submit it to the committee by the end of the week. Would that be okay?
Absolutely.
To the committee?
Probably tomorrow.
That'd be great. I guess the other question I have, which I don't think gets touched on very much, is the safety side of things for the drivers themselves. And I'm just curious how you monitor that and what your thoughts are there, and moving forward, kind of how many incidences of robbery and assault there were last year, and what results came of those investigations.
Well, let me say to you that in the TSMS and now in the substitute system that we are pushing into place, we include a safety device button for the driver that will connect directly with 911, so that if a driver feels threatened or is threatened, a quick push on that button should obtain immediate MPD response.
I remember those on the tops of the cabs at one point, I think, where there was a light that went on if they were in distress or something.
Well, I know, but that didn't produce much response on that. This will go right to 911 for immediate to a dispatcher who will
So they'll have a GPS attached to it?
That's
So they can
correct.
go right to that car?
That's correct.
Okay, will that GPS be part of the new system that's being put in?
Yes.
Can they attach it to their own, personal GPS phones and stuff, or is there some special thing they have to do?
You want to answer that? Yes, Jarapa is our technical expert.
They'll be able to use their own personal phone for GPS purposes, and that'll also trigger the 911 call?
No, there'll be a button in there that their thumb can get to very rapidly.
Okay.
Push that button. That will electronically go to the 911 command center, and there on a computer, the dispatcher will see where the vehicle is and dispatch a police officer to that
So
spot.
your vehicles
has nothing to do with their GPS.
So your vehicles are going to be on a map at MPD Central Command all the time?
No, It
just
will
pop
be,
up.
once the alarm is given, they'll be able to call up on the computer
I see, I see.
where
So
the
then they'll-
location is. There's no big map up there with all the
Yeah,
2,000
I'm
or
sorry, I
so.
can't.
Yeah.
And then what happens if it's accidentally pushed?
Happen to what?
What if you accidentally push the button?
They're going to get a response.
Really?
Right.
So then will they eventually start finding the taxi cab drivers for doing that? Because right now, if your alarm goes off at your house accidentally a certain number of times, you get fined for that. Is
They
that
finally instituted that fine?
Well,
I
I don't know if
proposed
they've
that
done it,
about
but-
15 years ago when I was with the department.
What do you think?
I don't think they'll push it accidentally the way it'll be set up. I
Oh,
think
okay.
it will be an effort to move your thumb to get it.
All right, I guess my last question really is around license renewal, and why do you think it's so difficult? And the one gentleman earlier testified, and maybe you could just put on the record, he has to go down there and prove he's a citizen every 2 years, and that just seemed a little bit weird to me. And why would that be? And then furthermore, why can't they do renewal online? I mean, it seems to me like there must be a way in this day and age to do license renewals. You've already gone through the process. I do my registration of my car online every couple years. So why can't we do a taxi cab license?
We are moving to that direction.
I hate
Mr. Grosso, when I became chairman, there was no computerization in this commission.
Right.
All right,
At
that's
all?
a year and a half ago. When I asked for information, I was brought a big book where it was all put in hands. We're changing all that. But I only have 3 people that are trying to service 8,500 drivers.
Right.
But we're changing that.
All right. Well, as much as I can be a support in that effort, I will be. I think it's really important that we modernize all this stuff and make it as transparent. The more you can do that, as well as interoperability with other agencies, I think will make this whole experience a lot better and more professional. And that's really what we're looking for. I think safety and and advancement comes in. Also, riders' comfort. The riders will be happier over the long run if we can get these things in place. So, speed it up, man.
We will.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Member. I have some questions, other questions that came up in the testimony that I'd like to attend to. There was some significant talk about the long lines to renew licenses, but also at the same time some changes that might be made where you can download forms and go have them prepared. Is it possible to do more with the online system so that, for example, not only could you download forms and have them ready, but maybe you could do something after the fashion of what DMV does and have a time, so that you're giving people a time period to come in so you can process them, over a period of time so that they're not waiting 8 hours or 10 hours or something like that?
We're in the process of doing it now.
Okay. So what can they expect? I mean, and people did refer to that on more than one occasion.
Well, hopefully by the end of March, I'll have them up in new quarters where there is sufficient space where we can, instead of, one of the problems we had is the space was so limited is that people had to be in the same line. Somebody had a problem that took a minute or 2 to take care of, and then they were stuck behind somebody who had a problem that took 20 minutes to take care of. Now we'll be able to have different lines for different services so that people will move through much faster if all they want is their one card taken care of. That's a quick movement. The structure and the timing and the days that have been assigned, and if we increase the number of service people from the present 3 to 6, I think by May, certainly, we ought to be able to have corrected a great deal of this. Keep in mind that we will now be opening, probably in a couple of months, the opportunity for new drivers to apply for licenses, and that will bring another several thousand applicants in that we'll have to deal with.
I'm trying to figure out, and maybe I didn't quite get it, we had testimony from Ms. Robinson, and if I'm not getting it right, you can throw something at me, I guess. But when people don't get their renewals on time, you get these paper licenses, and then you put them in your taxi, and people could complain that it looks like your license hasn't been renewed. And is there some way out of that problem? I mean,
Well, that, as far as I know, that problem relates to the clean hands requirement, or
right. Well, then let me add
that's not a typical thing. That has some other complication
okay,
involved.
but let me add to that, too, then. There was also testimony from someone else who said that the clean hands requirements for taxi cab drivers are not equivalent to other people who have to meet the mandate of clean hands. Do you know whether that's accurate or not?
No, that's not accurate. And we do it very simply by computer check on that thing.
That's not accurate.
Okay, so tell me how that works and how somebody like Ms. Robinson can, continue to operate and yet not be thought to be operating illegally.
When an applicant comes through the window,
why don't you give her like a face thing, and it could even say temporary on it or something,
The time it would take to generate a temporary face ID placard.
But she was like at this for over a year, I think.
No, matter of fact, I think I met with Ms. Robinson regarding her issue, and the idea of the letter is just a temporary relief so they can operate and earn a living while their issues are being resolved. The intent behind the service is always to make sure drivers get in and get out as quickly as possible and be able to operate their vehicles. In extreme circumstances where we can't get over the hump because of a clean hands issue or some complaints, then they'll have to meet with our mediation officer and resolve that issue before we can move forward with the renewal.
Well, what about this idea that DCTC was supposed to be sort of like a one-stop shop? I mean, instead of going to DMV and then to, DCTC and then to, where do you go for clean hands? Somewhere else?
No, they do it right in.
Can they do everything all with you? Okay, so they have to go hopping all around?
No, don't have to, no.
No?
No, they don't have to.
When they come to the
well, the reality that you're thinking you're describing seems to be at odds with the reality.
Well, it always is.
Well, but, I have to try to figure things out.
The fact is that our people who are doing the renewal simply have to go to their computer and check to see whether the clean hands is clean. They don't have to go back anyplace else.
No, your people don't, but then the other person, they have to go to wherever to settle it.
If they don't clear, then they have to go and, we can't clear it up for them.
Do they have to, when they're renewing their license, also go to the DMV? No. They just come to you.
For our hack license.
And unless there's something involving clean hands that they have to straighten out, then it's all done by you.
That's correct.
Okay. So maybe the problem was with the clean hands issue. I don't know. Then we had some testimony about folks who were getting citations because of information that were put on their meters. That was, can you speak to that? And it is correct, if people get one of these, if it's correct to call it a citation, even though they may be in the right, to go through the whole rigmarole of, an appeal and all the rest of that, it's money, it's time. What can you tell me about that situation?
We've only had about 4 or 5 in the last 3 or 4 months.
Well, they must all be present here because...
Yeah, they all probably are. The issue is that the regulation stipulates what the meter printed paper meter,
right,
a printed receipt has to say.
Right.
There are situations which the meter doesn't do that. I didn't, and I apologize, I didn't really get into this in some depth until just very recently. And what we understand is that on the rental vehicles, to order to comply with the regulation, you would have to, if it's rented 1 week to this person and then the next week to that person, since it's supposed to have the driver's name, you would be breaking the seal every week to change so that it would do that. That doesn't make any sense. So we're in the process of rationalizing what has to actually be on the meter.
So I understand, is it a common thing to rent for a week and then somebody else for, okay.
Mr. Spooner will tell you he has a couple of hundred vehicles, he'll rent it.
I see.
You got a hack license and he trusts you, he'll rent you a car for a week.
Okay. All right, so has that been worked out? You said?
We're in the process of working it out.
You're in the process of working it out, okay. Another thing.
There are going to be a lot of changes to that as this new system comes in anyway, so it's trying to dovetail.
And I appreciate that, and I know it must be troubling to the drivers because, you know, we are in a period of some flux and adaptation, and so there'll be things that do vary from time to time, and it's, you know, it's very troubling because they're trying to go out there and make a living. I understand that, but you're aware of these things, you're working on them, and in short order, you'll have a fix? Is that what you're saying?
I hope short order as we can make it.
Okay. And then there was some question about the GPS, and I do have a copy of the regs, and it says every 24 hours. And it does say anonymously reported, but then you have to report it anonymously but with a unique operator license. Does that mean, well, I'm just reading, I have the proposal right here. It says, report to the office every 24 hours via a single data feed electronic trip data, which means geospatially marking the pickup, drop-off, and current taxi cab location information, capturing and transmitting to the BOMIS in a data structure consistent with all PSPs as established by the office the following information: the date, and then B is anonymously reported but unique operator license, face card number, PVIN, and tag number. Does this mean that you can track an individual driver?
No.
No. So if you would explain that. And by the way, there was also testimony on a couple of occasions about some Tommy Wells amendment. Let me tell you what Tommy Wells' amendment was actually about. Tommy Wells introduced an amendment with respect to the online services like Uber, that instead of, it had nothing to do with this. His amendment, which we did adopt, was simply to say that that service had a report by census tract and not otherwise. So I don't know where you're getting this folklore about that, but that's what that was about. But getting back to this, why should they not be concerned about this?
I don't know what their concern is.
That they're being monitored.
No, they're not being monitored. This has been something from the very beginning, there's always been a question that we're going to know where they are all the time and exactly what they're doing. That simply is not true. In first place, the trip data only relates to when the flag is down and when there's a passenger in the car. When the flag's up, we don't know where they're going or what they're doing, and we have no interest in knowing where they're going or what they're doing when the flag is up at this point. Although I will tell you, it would be helpful to understand the distribution of service throughout the city if we did
that. That was part of what we wanted to do.
But there is no way that we, the Commission, would be able to aggregate information so that we know a specific driver's income, a specific driver, where they've been. All of it is done on a generic basis for averages, for the purpose of studying the distribution, for knowing what the average cost is, and certainly for reconciling the collection of the surcharge so that we were sure that the PSPs were transmitting the right amount of money on that. Mm-hmm. But it's done very simply. There's a chip, a particular chip that goes in the meter, and it's from that chip that from a wireless basis, the driver has nothing to do with it. It's the same information that is on the printed receipt that comes off that meter.
Okay, so
he's
how
giving
is
that information to the
How is that
passenger.
sent in every 24 hours? Is that automatic somehow?
Yeah, the wireless.
Okay.
The PSP handles it. The driver doesn't have to worry about a thing. It's just done.
Okay. And it's not nothing's happening when there's no passenger?
No.
Okay. I want to turn to a couple of other things. You had mentioned something in your testimony about the examination in the fall of 2012 for additional limousine operators. How many people took the exam and how many passed?
I believe we had 2,300 applicants, and somewhere around 1,900 to 2,000 actually showed up, and what do we get, about 1,600 passed? Yeah, it's about, but I don't have the exact, I can provide you with those specific numbers. It's in that neighborhood.
Will they be able to convert their licenses to sedan class licenses?
Yes.
Okay. And then ultimately, the idea is to have a course and a comprehensive exam for somebody. If they wanted to take an exam, they would take the course and they would get an exam and they could get a license that would allow them to drive a taxi cab, a limousine, or a sedan.
That's
right?
correct.
When will that be available?
Hopefully within 60 days we will be ready to open up applications for that.
And really what we're talking about, I guess, at the end of the day is that you can have multiple licenses, and really the regulations relate to the type of vehicle. You want to talk about it as regular service and luxury service. But there's maybe a more important fault line too, isn't there? And isn't that street hails and vehicles that are ordered?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, you want to talk about it as, regular service and then luxury service, but, I mean, isn't a major distinction supposed to be between people who can pick up street hails and people
luxury class vehicles, the luxury service, no street hails.
No, right, but I mean, that's a major...
Regular service,
right.
That's a street hail service.
That's right, okay, fine. So,
and incidentally, I just as a matter of record, Uber actually sells two kinds of services. One is their luxury service for their black cabs, and the other is their taxis. Now, it was brought to our attention that they supposedly were charging a 20% fixed gratuity after we had discussed it and made it clear that that was not acceptable.
Right.
We are looking back into that to see whether that's happening. So far, we haven't had a response, but yes, we will insist that they not do that.
When they operate like a taxi, they are governed like a taxi.
That's exactly right, and they have so far been very amenable to accepting that premise.
Okay. And do you know, has the company called Taxi Magic, are they operating in the district as well? Are they attempting to try to get some automatic gratuity, or, as far as you know?
If they are, it should be brought to our attention. We'll advise them the same thing that we've advised Uber. And just as if we've advised the digital companies that are exceeding for taxis, the dispatch fee, which is limited $2, and several of them have cut it back as a result. So we're trying to apply an equal field for everybody, a level playing field.
Do you discern in the market any competition among these companies like Uber and maybe any other? Is there any other service that's like them operating? Because part of the thing was, you may remember that we had some concern about surge pricing and other things like that. Well, one of the ways that that might be dealt with is if there were other services like Uber. Are there?
There will be. I'm certain that there will be several other companies, some who are already here in the District of Columbia operating in the taxi field, who will enter into the luxury field as well. And let me comment on that surge pricing. Under the legislation that you adopted that we agreed to, any company offering a sedan service must advise a prospective customer of both the estimated cost of the trip they want and the calculation of how they got to it. So you will be told in advance that there's surge pricing, whereas up to this point, up until that time, the customer didn't know until the end of the trip that there was a surge pricing. Now you will know all you need to know to make a decision whether you want to spend that kind of money on that kind of service.
Okay, now getting back to that and the business about enforcement. So you would want the taxi drivers to be your eyes and ears, as you say. And if they see a vehicle, whether it be an out-of-state vehicle or it be a sedan service vehicle that's doing effectively street hails, to take down the information, their license, I mean, the car license number and description and so on. What are you going to do if you get reports of vehicles like that? 1, 2, 3, how many will it take to trigger some investigation, and what would that investigation consist of?
Well, we have hack inspectors in the street all the time. Mostly it's random sampling. But if we have information that a specific kind of vehicle with this license number has been seen constantly in the U Street 9 to 12th Street area, a hack inspector then will move around that area to see if they can identify and find that vehicle.
And so has that been happening? Have people been calling? No. No.
No.
No? Okay, well, then the word should go out. The word should go forth that that's...
We try to tell them.
Because I think that this is extremely unfair, and then when you add on top, you layer on top of that, you know, you might have some of these people who are doing bad things to passengers. It's just, we have to get that under control.
I will tell you this, that we have some blowback from Uber because hack inspectors have been stopping black cars that appear to be picking up hails. And several of them have been ticketed because their manifest doesn't show that they had an app call.
Mm-hmm. Well, yes, and I can see where in some cases it might be ambiguous. For example, if I call for a sedan and I'm out on the corner of, you know, K and 15th or something like that, and I see the sedan coming, I signal to them it's me, that could look like a hail. Would the hack inspector make an inquiry?
Yes, and he would ask to see the manifest.
Okay.
And the manifest should show that that was a prearranged call.
I see.
An app call.
So is the blowback that you're getting from Uber, to the extent you are getting it?
We're explaining to them.
Okay.
That the manifest better show.
Mm-hmm. What about the business about discrimination against certain...
the failure to haul?
Failure to haul.
Well, it's been a problem, as everybody in town knows, for many years, and it continues to be a problem. We continue to do everything we can to enforce it. We think the new dome light is going to make a big difference.
Now, how will it make a big difference? Because we were, you know, we talked about this, and the idea about maybe, you know, a uniform color is not only, you know, aesthetically pleasing, but it might also be a way to more readily identify appropriate...
The issue, Madam Chairwoman, is the driver's position on why he didn't pick up. If the driver slows down and the individual says an address, first of all, most of our passengers, unfortunately, do not know or understand their own rights. You do not have to ask a driver through the window whether he'll take you to a particular location. Under the regulations, if a cab stops for you while you're hailing, you open the door, you get in, you shut the door with, you sit down, and you tell the driver where you want to go. Now, if he doesn't want to take you there, then that's a refusal to haul. And all you need to do with the new dome light... Is it
a refusal if I do talk through the window and they say, no, I don't go there?
That's what's happening.
No, but does that amount, that's a...
That's a failure to haul. I'm just telling you what they really should do. But now what they do is they just say, will you take me to 2041 Martin Luther King Avenue? No, I'm off duty. Well, if the dome light says taxi for hire, which it has to say the way it's going to be set up, he's not off duty, because there is an off-duty sign that would be put on. If he stops for somebody and he says off duty, then he's in violation. And all the customer has to know is the 4 letters, the 4 digits up there, A123. File those as a complaint against him, and then we'll act on it.
Now, how is it the dome lights going to be on? Why wouldn't the driver just shut it off then? Say, oops, I didn't realize it's going home for dinner.
Well, if he's going to go home for dinner, he better shut it off before he stops to pick up somebody.
Mm-hmm. But, you know, I'm going down the street.
That's the game. The
game is, I'm going
home for dinner,
I see somebody that I don't want to pick up, you know, and I have the dome light on. Why don't I shut it off then?
When he sees somebody?
Yeah, I don't stop. I see somebody and I see
But you'll be able to see this from about 300, 400 yards away.
The person's hailing. I see they're hailing, and it's at that point that I'm going home for dinner, and I shut it off.
Well, the question is that the driver is going to have very sharp eyes then to see somebody hailing him before he gets there to him. We'll be able to see almost a half a block away the taxi for hire.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas now, a half a block away, you don't know whether that cab's available to you or not.
I want to talk a little bit about the commission and the staff. There's a recent nominee, and if confirmed, then the commission will be at its full complement. Can you tell me something about the operation of the commission, or is the attendance there, is the preparation there, the participation in the hearings?
Well, let me explain what I always...
And they're not listening to any of this, so it doesn't...
Who?
The members of the commission.
Well, everybody can listen to it.
No, I'm joking with you. They can't, this is secret.
Orientation that new commissioners have to go through, and which maybe be good if a lot of people go through it. In actuality, I wear two hats. I am the chairman of the commission, and I am the chief of the Office of Taxi Cabs. The Office of Taxi Cabs is an administrative agency that implements and handles the regulation requirements that the commission adopts. The commission's responsibility begins and ends with looking at proposed changes or new regulations which may come from a member of the commission, the staff, outside taxi drivers, taxi company. A proposal can come from any place. And the commission has executive sessions, and we're regularizing them now that we have, now we'll have 9 people. Will be the executive sessions will be once a week. And out of those executive sessions will come instruction if we want to change a regulation, modify a regulation. The policy issues will be spelled out, and the General Counsel's office then drafts the legal documents that become the proposed regulation. The first step then is for the commission reviews individually whether they want to publish that or not publish it, and we hold a public meeting where a vote is taken on the issue of publishing the regulation. First step. That then triggers plans for a public hearing and opens a 30-day review period for written comments. The comments and the hearing records are then analyzed under the leadership of the counsel's office and with the member of the staff who is affected or has responsibility in that area to identify the things which are helpful, that make sense, that maybe we got something wrong, that we need to make changes. We go through all of that, and at the end of the 30-day period, more often than not, major changes then are made in the proposed regulation to reflect all of that we learned during that period of time. We publish again for another 30-day period of time. In that 30-day period of time, we're again reading any comments if they come in and holding an executive session to discuss.
Is that where we are with these proposals that I had read to you about, the GPS and where is it? These extensive regulations that I have about the equipment and so on?
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to figure out where we are in that process with these.
With the current
yes.
Taxi.
Right.
The comment period ends on March the what? 9th. March the 9th, the comment period ends.
Okay.
Now, between the 9th and a meeting, probably I think it's the 13th of March, we will have a revised regulation which we'll vote on whether to publish again, which I assume we will. There's another 30-day period at that point. Of course, it doesn't get published immediately when we vote. It gets published the Friday after, the second Friday after we vote. So that triggers the comment period. So the comment period for the second round would begin probably on the 16th.
So I'm just trying to figure out, since there are drivers here and they talk to other drivers, when are these proposals, even though they may be modified, when is it expected that they're likely to be operative?
When they're what?
Likely to be in place, likely to be.
Well, we would hope that we would complete the process by sometime in May, and installations would begin in June.
All right.
They will have 90 days. I mean, we can't all put them in at once.
Okay. What's your assessment of the staffing level at the commission?
We're understaffed.
And are you seeking money from
Well, yeah, we're seeking money, also seeking detailed people. We've got 2 detailed people from General Services Administration who we are assigning into driver services so we can beef that up.
Okay. Now, with respect to staff, we do hear from time to time that when drivers deal with staff, that there's often an uncivil and unprofessional manner in which they're dealt with. And are you aware of complaints of that kind? And is there?
Yes, I am.
And what steps have you taken?
We have a consultation session with either an individual when they're identified or with.
Basically, you yell at them.
Yell at them? No.
No.
That only exacerbates.
No.
If I yell, then they go yell at the drivers.
But you are aware of this, I mean, because, you know,
yes,
okay.
I've had as many compliments about how it's improved over the last couple of
Okay.
years as I've had complaints.
Well, you even heard some testimony here toward that end. I do want to ask, too, a couple more things, and then, because I've been keeping you here a while. You've heard of this new ride-sharing service that has emerged in other places called Sidecar?
Yes, ma'am.
That sounds extraordinarily illegal to me. What's
Well,
going on there?
They're not here yet, and
Uh-huh.
we've advised them that they might want to come in and sit down before they come in here so that we can ascertain if they fall under the public vehicle for hire.
Well, I mean, they can say that it's not a payment, that they're going to ask for donations, but it seems like a ruse to me.
Well, we've been studying
Okay.
their process.
All right, well, you're on it.
There's several of them. There's Sidecar, there's Lyft, there's a bunch
Okay,
of them
okay.
that play this new game.
I also want to get back to something you mentioned that is very concerning to me, and that is the wheelchair accessibility frustration that you've had with WMATA. What happened? Why are they not willing to cooperate with us? And is it a dead issue? I mean, we should get back.
Madam Chair, I better address it to them. Every time I met with Director Searles, we got agreement in principle on what we're going to do. Every time that Mr. Chiappa met with the subordinates of Mr. Searles, the matters didn't work out.
Well, maybe we need to enlist, the mayor's office. Maybe we need to enlist this committee. We also have a member of the council who's on the WMATA board. I mean, I don't want to sort of just throw our hands up and say this is finished.
Well, I'm not throwing any hands up, but
Okay.
you're absolutely right.
All right. And I'm glad that you're going to still pursue the thing with, DCPS
Yeah, I've
and
started
OSSI.
to turn my attention to that as being more rewarding.
But that's really big, because that's an extraordinary amount of money that costs us. And not only could we save money, but we could also provide better service, and more opportunities for our taxi drivers. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it seems so sensible, but...
Well, they always find a problem with the devil is in the details. And from our standpoint, unless our qualified cab companies who could participate,
Right.
they have to be qualified, and we have some that qualify, unless they're given a contract for a specific number of rides per year, it doesn't really work. We want to add...
And is that the sticking point, then?
That's a sticking point. That's a sticking point.
Well, but if we started out modestly, then we could start out with...
Well, we started out very modestly. No, we asked for 4,500 fixed rides per year per company.
Well, why don't we
But
just...
it gets more detailed and difficult.
All right, well, we can talk about that, because, I think if we could get that done, that would be fabulous. I want to ask you about these interjurisdictional agreements that the Commission has with some surrounding counties. These agreements are pretty old. Have you begun review of those agreements? Do you have any plans to renegotiate?
Well, we don't have the authority to renegotiate. Those are agreements that were made at the mayoralty and the government level on that thing.
Have you been in conversation with the mayor's office about that?
No.
Do you have any concern about this?
No, because the agreements are simply an understanding that Virginia and Maryland cabs cannot pick up and drop off in the District of Columbia, and district cabs cannot pick up and drop off. They can come in if they have a phone call or an app call for a specific advanced registration to pick up somebody to go back into their jurisdiction, or to drop off somebody in the
from
jurisdiction.
the airport or something.
But the problem is enforcing.
I see. Well, I have no further questions, and I want to thank you and the legions of people that you've been able to bring to this hearing room.
Well, they like to have their say about me.
Yes, they do. And not all of it was criticism, so you should be happy about that, because there was a time when I think uniformly it would have been all criticism, so we're making progress. But I want to thank you again.
I missed the plaudits in there someplace.
No, there are, thank you for your very, very good work. And personally, I've enjoyed working with you. I think you're very reasonable.
Thank you very much. All I can say is we tried. Whether they believe it or not, we are concerned with the well-being and the economic stability of the industry and the drivers. And I can continuously tell people who complain, and there are a lot of them who complain, we've got 8,500 drivers. Yes, we have some among those who we rather wouldn't be there, but in the vast majority of our 8,500 drivers are very good people who are trying very hard to earn a decent living, and we're going to help them.
Well, as I said, thank you very much, and thank you all very much for coming. I understand that there may be somebody who wants to come and prolong this hearing. Come forward if you feel you must. But the testimony has to be scintillating, exciting, and gripping. Okay, thank you. All right. Well, at that, I'm going to adjourn. I'm going to adjourn this hearing, and the time is. Are
you asking for any volunteers to first?
Well, I was, but I don't think you acted quickly enough. Okay. Well, I was just about to adjourn it. There was a movie. What was that movie where the guy? He said, "I almost got away."
Don't worry, this one will be scintillating.
Oh, okay.
More than you could ever wish for.
Okay, identify yourself for the record, and then we'll hear your testimony. I think you all should stay for this. He claims it's going to be really exciting.
Okay. My name is Masood Medgalchi. I'm one of the board members of Dominion of DC PTDA. You're familiar with my face.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to get into some things that's going to be very uncomfortable for you and a lot of the government officials to listen to.
I think I have to leave now.
This is a pressing problem that started all the problems in DC cab industry. Licenses were peddled for over 20 years. We have too many cabs in this city. That's why you don't have good call pickup service. After people call up, as much as they might complain about not getting a cab, they invariably got into the next cab that was in front of them, empty. Cab drivers eventually stopped responding to calls. It's happened to me after I tried to be proactive and put a radio system a couple of years ago. Out of 14 calls in 1 week, 2 of them were shows. You think I'm going to respond to people? You think I have any loyalty towards those people anymore? No. City of Cologne, this comes directly from DC, MyTaxi.com, which we were actually involved in bringing into this town. I asked them about number of cabs per capita in any of the cities they operate in Europe. Since we've been beaten over the head with New York and other so-called industrialized nations that have such a better cab system. City of Cologne has a 1 million population. It serves 2 million during the day, and it has 1,300 cabs. We have 7,000 and change cabs. Actually, I don't even believe the number the DC Cab Commission gives about our cab number. I think it's larger. Some of the, from what we've heard, and it might be rumors, I don't want to get sued, but we think that previous DC Cab Commissioners have actually destroyed documents. So if we do audit them one day, there won't be heads turning and dropping like dominoes, one after another. You remember I came before your panel last year, several months ago at least, and I said there was a rape waiting to happen and I was going to bring it to your doorstep. I'm bringing it to your doorstep today. I had warned you back then about sending cops through Kathy Lanier, getting the information out that this is something that's waiting to happen. I'm on public testimony that I've given this testimony before. It did happen. There's going to be a rape and a murder. I promise you that's going to happen soon. Mr. Linton here turns around. These are outrageous lies that if we reported cabs to them or limos that are violating the law, they would actually act on it. I had an officer that gave me a ticket by sticking his hand into my cab and ripping out the receipt. Next time someone does that, I'm going to hack his arm off. First of all, they have no right to stick their hands in our cabs without asking our permission. That same officer, I have his name because I have his ticket. I had told them for a year and a half, there is a cab licensed L3855 that is being driven by either a boyfriend and a girlfriend or a husband and wife in front of Phoenix Park Hotel, and he's at Union Station. I told them these guys are constantly picking up cab business. He knows it. They've never lifted a finger to do anything about this. If you had listened to the industry, if you had a little faith in what we were trying to tell you, the system would not have broken further. You didn't. You never took us seriously. You're listening to Stalin and his henchmen on the street who are destroying us, who are not busting the cabs that are stealing our business, now the limos on the streets. This is a broken Humpty Dumpty. It's not going to be, you're not going to be able to put it back together. Because once people get a taste of getting a few rides in D.C., they're not going to go back to their jurisdictions. They're going to come and do it part-time here. But little bit of part-time by PG County Cab, by Loudoun County Cab, by Loudoun County Card that's made into look like a D.C. independent cab, which is there everywhere now. One of them actually hit my car. I had told you about that. And the cop wrote a bogus ticket that is that's basically made for training cops because he didn't know what to do. While I was complaining to him that they're not enforcing the law, that's why that is happening on the streets. Instead of listening to Mr. Linton and his cronies, and believe me, he's not doing anything on his own. His orders are coming from up above. We know that. He hasn't done anything that Mr. Swain had not proposed to do. They're just coming here and looking pretty, walking away. We're dealing with the problems later on.
Well, you've met your billing.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I always live up to
yes, but on the enforcement question, you have gotten my attention, and I have repeatedly brought this up, and I think it's still a very, very serious problem. So we're going to keep pressing. You know, it's almost like when the law is against you, you pound on the facts. When the facts are against you, you pound on the law. And when both are against you, you pound on the table. This is what my training is as a lawyer. And so I'm stuck here pounding on the table to get them to do better enforcement. But I have not been unaware of what you're talking about.
Unfortunately, ma'am, they are not even thinking about the industry when they're working.
Well,
they are not. They show it with their actions. They show with the regulations that they passed before you even gave the policy out. Isn't it obvious that they're not working? Ask them if they've passed one regulation or given one proposal that would have made any one of us here happy in the past 3 years. I challenge you to name one. One. Just give me one, so we will say he was working towards our common good in the industry.
I actually don't want to argue with you. I thank you for your testimony, and now I'm going to adjourn this hearing. Okay? Thank you. And the time is now.
And by the way, someone asked me something to mention. They should move the HAC office to somewhere where there is parking space in case they're thinking about hiring more people. I hope they all go away.
Okay. Thank you all very much, and the time is now 6:05. We are adjourned.